They know how to whistle?
I don't know how to whistle or else I'd whistle. All right, are we live? All right, I'd like to call this Revenue Committee meeting to order. Clarissa, will you please take the roll?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for the Joint Revenue Committee for June 27th. Senator French.
Here.
Senator Ide.
Here.
Senator McEwen.
Here.
Senator Pappas.
Here.
Representative Bear.
Here.
Representative Byron.
Here.
Representative Locke.
Present.
Representative Northrup.
Here.
Representative Oakley.
Here.
Representative Storer.
Here.
Representative Strack.
Here.
Representative Swanitzer. Chairman Beitman.
Here.
Co-Chairman Harshman.
Here.
All are present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your good work yesterday. I was trying to participate via Zoom, and I forgot how miserable that experience was. When you all are in the room and I'm, stuck off with bad Wi-Fi at DIA and all the noise going on there. It was a mess, but appreciate your patience with me being gone yesterday, and you guys did a good job, and I appreciate that. So that being said, I'm home. It's good to be home. And the first item up for our agenda today is electrical generation tax issues and previous efforts. Looks like LSO staff has a memo for us. Josh, would you mind taking us, and Dean, Mr. Tempty, walk us through this memorandum?
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, one of the topics assigned to this committee this year is to consider the potential for implementing a gross receipts tax on electricity production with a credit for other taxes paid. So this short memo just highlights the current tax structure on electricity in Wyoming. Also lists a bunch of the recent efforts in that area to change that, none of which have been successful. And then also attached to that is a bill that the Revenue Committee looked at in the 2019 interim that does, with an amendment, would have done a gross receipts tax with a credit for other taxes paid that we could look at here briefly. So currently, Mr. Chairman, there are two different electricity taxes in place. In 2010, we put on a tax on electricity generated from wind resources. That was put in effect in beginning January 1 of 2012. The tax rate was set at $1 per megawatt hour at that time. That has not changed since then. There's an exemption for the first 3 years after a wind turbine first produces electricity. There's also an exemption for wind turbines that are owned by the government and for electricity produced for personal consumption. 60% of that tax goes to the county where the facility is located, and then 40% goes to the general fund. And then the second tax, Mr. Chairman, is a tax on production of electricity from a nuclear reactor. That was put in place beginning January 1 of 2021 at a rate of $5 per megawatt hour. Again, there are exemptions for reactors owned by the government, a government entity, as well as electricity produced for personal consumption. In 2022, there was a third exemption that was amended at that time to apply, provide an exemption for an advanced nuclear reactor, which is defined as a nuclear reactor that is an improvement over a nuclear reactor placed in service before January 1 of 2021. And then beginning in 2035, that exemption would only apply if at least 80% of the uranium used is sourced from the United States. So those are our two existing taxes. On the next page, we have a list here of some of the other efforts. I don't think we'll go through those. It's just kind of a reference for you guys. Dean had kind of maybe a summary of what some of those are, if you want to run through that quickly.
Mr. Chairman, Dean Tempty, from the Budget Fiscal section of the Legislative Service Office. 16 other efforts, if you will, basically either numbered bills or bill drafts. The most common efforts were to adjust the wind tax rate. There were 8 of those. There were 8 efforts that tried to change the wind tax rate. 4 of those efforts or bills were trying to add solar to tax solar power in addition to wind generation. There were 2 bills that were attempting to, or bill drafts attempting to implement a tax on electrical generation in general, not specific to wind or solar. There were 4 bills that were attempted to implement either a full or partial wind tax exemption repeal. As Josh mentioned, there is currently a 3-year exemption. When the turbine begins to produce electricity where there's no tax due on that production for a period of 3 years. And 4 of those bills either attempted to repeal that exemption or to shorten it. One of the bills was an entire repeal of the wind generation tax. There was one bill that attempted to create an exemption of tax on wind turbines constructed in Wyoming. There was one bill that attempted to add a renewable energy tax credit. And one of the bills that was numbered and contemplated by the legislature shortly after the wind generation tax was implemented was to add a sales tax exemption.
And so then, Mr. Chairman, just quickly, if you want to just walk very quickly through the bill that's attached to this memo as attachment A. You can see it was 2020 LSO 279, working draft 0.4. And this largely mirrors the how the wind tax is structured in statute. I'll just note some of the differences. So on page 2, you can see the taxes instead of upon wind, it's just upon the privilege of producing electricity in the state. And the taxes as drafted was on a per megawatt hour of electricity. You can see the rate at the top of page 3 is $1 per megawatt hour. The bill does, if you flip over to page 7, bottom of page 7, it allows for a credit against tax liability for all other excise sales, use, severance, and ad valorem taxes paid by the same taxpayer. It would also allow for taxes paid by another taxpayer as severance taxes for minerals that were used in that electricity production. On page 9, you can see a staff comment. There was also a discussion of making the tax instead of a per megawatt hour tax, it would have been a tax based on the gross energy earnings. And so you can see that on the bottom of page 9 and through over to page 10, where the rate would have been proposed to be 3.5% of the annual gross energy earnings from energy produced in the state. And you can see on the very back page, there was an amendment that made some additional changes to implement that as a gross receipts tax instead of the per megawatt hour tax. So that's our memo and bill. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions for LSO on this memo? Any questions? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry, I'll probably ask questions that everybody here knows, but just to understand, does this bill, for example, it says, I noticed in one of the paragraphs, it says that it's the person who's creating the power is not being charged that. If a person's creating the power, so let's just say you're doing grid tied and you're putting energy back on the grid, is that taxed?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I believe the tax would be on the production of power. But not including production. That's for, there are exemptions there again for personal consumption of the producer. So if you're producing it just for yourself, that would be exempt. But otherwise, the tax would be on all electricity production in the state. Again, with the credit for the other taxes paid.
We'll go co-chairman Harshman and then over to Senator McEwen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bottom of page 7 and then the credits on line 22, just talking about the bill, here it is. So just so I understand that, so this would provide a credit similar in the Constitution for the income tax is how I read this. Is that, so if like a mine mouth power plant operation, we have some of those in Wyoming. They're paying a severance tax on the coal. So they'd get a full credit then. Is that how this works? It's a full credit on 7 and then it goes on to page 8.
Yeah, correct. It would be taxes paid by that taxpayer. So any of their sales and property taxes. And then if they used a mineral and to produce that energy, even if they didn't produce that mineral, if they can prove that they used a mineral that the severance tax was paid in the state, they would also get a tax credit for that as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question. And maybe it's defined in there, but how is this going to affect people who are doing net metering with solar panels and things of that nature? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. I think as drafted, it likely would apply to those. I don't think there was any exemption for I guess there is an exemption again for the personal consumption of the producer. And any excess production in excess of or not exceeding 500 kilowatt hours. So if you're producing for your home plus an extra 500 kilowatt hours, that wouldn't be taxed. Anything above that would potentially be subject to the tax.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. The next up, it looks like we have Sean Taylor from the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. Talk about electric power cooperatives. 101. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Co-Chair, members of the committee, my name is Sean Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association here on behalf of Wyoming's electric cooperatives. And I appreciate the co-chairs giving me an opportunity to kind of give you a co-op 101. This will be a refresher course for some and maybe some brand new information for those that might not be too familiar with the electric co-ops, also referred to as the co-ops or the REAs, all interchangeable. My apologies to anybody in the room and anybody online that has already heard this presentation at the Minerals Committee earlier and corporations a couple of weeks ago, but it's been a good opportunity for the co-ops to get out and kind of explain who we are, what we do, and why we do it. So with that, this is going to be a bit of a business lesson, bit of a history lesson, and a bit of a current events, but it all fits on one page, so it won't be too timely or take up too much time. And hopefully all of you have received this handout was mailed to all the legislators, except for Senator Pappas. I'll get you one. A couple of weeks ago. It's rooted in community, and it's kind of the breakdown of the economic benefit that the co-ops bring both to their local communities and to the state as a whole. If you got it and said, just something else to read, and you threw it away and you want another one, I brought extras. So let me know after the meeting and I can get you an extra one of these. I also had LSO pass out a map, which I'll refer to throughout the presentation today. This kind of gives you an idea of where we are. But I'm going to start off with the 7 cooperative principles. And if you're a cooperative owned business, whether you're an electric co-op, a grocery co-op, a propane co-op, all the co-ops are kind of governed by these 7 cooperative principles, and I'll explain them a little bit. The first one is voluntary and open membership. Anybody can join a cooperative. If you move into an electric co-op service territory, you are able to join the co-op and become part of the ownership group. That's another unique thing about co-ops. If you are a customer of a co-op, you are also part owner of a co-op. Democratic member control and owner control. So our boards of directors of all of the co-ops in Wyoming and all the electric co-ops across the country are elected by the folks that they serve, their fellow owners. They're the same folks that elect you all to your offices. They elect the governing board of directors. Members' economic participation. You pay a small fee to join the co-op, and then, like I said, you are part owner, and we are non-for-profit. So we budget at cost every year. We see what we need to function for the year. Anything left over at the end of the year is returned to our owners, our membership, in the form of capital credit checks. So at the end of every year, if we have anything left over, and there's a certain formula that each co-op follows in terms of giving that money back, but it all goes back to our ownership. Autonomy and independence. There's a saying we like in the co-op world is, if you've seen one co-op, you've seen one co-op. Even though we're all governed by the same 7 principles, we're all very different. Even in Wyoming, we're different in geography, we're different in demographics, we're different in load profile, the size and types of loads that we have. So we're all very different and autonomous, but we're all very similar as well. The next one is education, training, and information. That's one of the 7 principles. And this isn't just for our employees. It's also for our board of directors. It's also for our membership. We have annual meetings every year where the members are allowed to come, or the owners are come to the annual meeting, ask questions. I was just at an annual meeting in Saratoga the other day. And the general manager talked about a rate increase that they're going to have of 6%. And they had forecasted this through the REN magazine, which you all get, and I'm sure you read cover to cover. But it's the co-op magazine, and our members use that to communicate with their owners. And so at the Carbon Power and Light, they had talked about their 6% rate increase that they're going to have. And the annual meeting there's probably 250 people there. Not one question about the rate increase, which I think that's a good testament to the communication and the education that that co-op undertook. Separate from that, I would like to point out that several years ago, it was pre-COVID, in terms of education, we decided, the co-ops, the WRA, we decided to stand up a class at the University of Wyoming through the College of Ag and on the cooperative business model. It wasn't geared just towards electric co-ops. It was the cooperative business model. And we paid for that to stand that up at the university. We helped find an instructor who was very familiar with co-ops in general. He was part of the grocery co-op in Laramie, and then he worked for an electric co-op in Colorado. He was the instructor. When we did this, we thought maybe we'd be lucky if we got 8 to 10 kids to sign up for it. We had 23 kids in the first offering. And I was lucky enough to go over to Laramie for their end of semester project presentations, where they had to form their own co-op and talk about the business model and how these 7 principles went into that. And it was a very rewarding experience to see these kids understand and use the cooperative business model to put these projects together. These last 2 are kind of my favorite of the 7 principles. Cooperation among cooperatives. That's kind of self-explanatory, but I like to tell a story that Representative Byron and Representative Storer, you all might remember, over in Jackson and Teton County several years ago, there was a weather anomaly where, I don't know what you call it, but like a wind bomb just came down in between the town of Jackson and Teton Village and blew down several big steel poles and wires and took out power to Teton Village right during the ski season. And we had co-ops from all across the state drive up there to Teton County and help restore the power. We had co-ops from neighboring states. We even had some investor-owned utilities from neighboring states come over and help us out. And we got that power stood up way faster than if we would have done it just on our own. So the cooperation among cooperatives, and that's all over the country. And then the last one is concern for community. Again, kind of self-explanatory, but our directors, our employees, are very involved in all the communities where they serve, whether it's through running for office or volunteering. We have a couple of different Operation Roundup is one thing where we ask members to voluntarily round up their bill to the nearest dollar. That money goes into a foundation. And that foundation within that co-op decides how to use that money, whether it's to help buy a new fire truck or a family in need that come on hard times. medical bills, what have you. So the concern for community is very, very prevalent within the co-ops. And before I get too far into this, I do want to just introduce a few folks with me today. We have Brian Mills. He's the general manager of Powder River Energy, which surrounds everything where we are. Bob McLaren, I know he usually shows up at all these meetings on behalf of WAM, but he also serves on the board of directors of Lower Valley Energy over there in Teton and Lincoln counties. And then Travis McNiven is here as well, and he's with Basin Electric. And so those are the 7 cooperative principles. Now just a few statistics nationally. There's about 900 co-ops or REAs serving 1 in 8 U.S. citizens across the country. We serve about 92% of America's persistent poverty counties. We are truly an all of the above energy mix. I think that phrase gets overused or misunderstood sometimes, but we do what our members, our owners want. And if they want more renewables, then we work to establish that. If they want more coal, we work to establish that. So we use everything that we can to meet our goals of reliable and affordable electricity. And then I'd just say co-ops create co-ops. So, and a story I guess I would tell, like around here in Sheridan County, the town of Sheridan is served by an investor-owned utility, MDU. But everything around it, in all 4 counties, I believe it's 4 counties, is served by a co-op. So when MDU came in and said it's profitable to serve the town of Sheridan because there's enough people, they did that, but it's not profitable for them to serve everybody out in the hinterlands or the small communities, the rural towns around this area. And so the co-op was formed. And that's what happened all over the state. And pretty soon when the distribution co-ops were formed, at the time they were buying power on the market, and they said, well, let's start our own co-op, a generation and transmission cooperative. So you might hear of Tri-State G&T. They're out of Colorado. They serve 8 of our members. They provide wholesale power to 8 of our members in Wyoming. Basin Electric, also another G&T. We also created our own lending institutions called the Cooperative Finance Corporation. Our own insurance company, Federated Insurance, is a cooperatively owned insurance company. And then trade associations like WREA, and then our national trade association, NRECA, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, to serve as advocates on behalf of the co-ops in the state of Wyoming, in my case, and nationally in the case of NRECA. At Wyoming, or in Wyoming, our collective mission, each co-op has a little bit slight different mission, but collectively our mission is to provide reliable, affordable power and to empower our communities. When I talk about the concern for communities, and let me back up real quick. When I talk about the G&Ts, so most of our co-ops in the state of Wyoming have all requirements contracts with their G&Ts. So that means that the 8 co-ops that are served by Tri-State, they are part owner of Tri-State, but they have an all requirements contract where they have to buy 95% of their power from the G&T. Powder River Energy here has the same all requirements contract with Basin. The only one that doesn't is Lower Valley. They get a majority of their power from Bonneville Power Administration, a federally hydropower facility. So like I said, we're rooted in community. We have 11 distribution co-ops, which you can see on the map, that are headquartered in Wyoming. They all belong to our association. We have 3 associate members, and those are co-ops that are headquartered outside of Wyoming, but serve a small community, like Clark, Wyoming is served by Beartooth out of Montana. Bags and Savory are served by Yampa Valley out of Colorado, but they are associate members and they belong to our association because they do serve some of us in Wyoming. Lower Valley Energy is our only natural gas co-op as well. They provide natural gas to their members too. Like I said, we have 3 G&Ts, generation and transmission cooperatives. I mentioned Tri-State and Basin. Deseret out of Salt Lake serves a small co-op down in the Bridger Valley in the southwest corner of the state. And then, like I said, I mentioned Bonneville. Between Tri-State and Basin, we own 2 power plants in Wyoming, the Laramie River Station outside of Wheatland, and then the Dry Fork Station up in the Powder River Basin. We serve a little over 62,000 square miles of the state. Our smallest co-op is 170 square miles, and that was Senator French. I believe you're familiar with Garland Power and Light. And our largest, which is where we are here in Powder River, is 15,660 square feet. We serve about a quarter of the citizens in Wyoming, 119,000 meters. served in all 23 counties. So there might just be a small sliver that's in a county that's majority served by an investor-owned utility, but we do touch in all 23 counties. We serve the poorest county in Wyoming, and we serve the richest county in the country. On the committee, there's 10 of you that have some connection or some constituency that is a co-op member owner. Ironically enough, the richest county in the country also has the cheapest rates in the country, and that's up in Lincoln and Teton County. And again, that's because they're a recipient of the cheap hydropower. There's almost 35,000 miles of distribution lines, which averages out to 3.9 members per mile of line. So for every mile of line we build with poles, wires, transformers, all the associated infrastructure, that's serving on average 3.9 people. So that gives you kind of an idea of the geography that we serve. And it should come as no surprise that you all live in Wyoming, that we are a very big state, very rural state. And so there's a lot that goes into just serving 3.9 members per mile of line. And all of this is governed by 78 duly elected directors, like I mentioned earlier, and they're operated by extremely dedicated and competent general managers at all 11 co-ops, accountants, linemen, member services, and numerous other inside and outside staff. I mentioned Operation Roundup. I do want to touch on this one real quick. Our regulated status. The co-ops are not rate regulated by the Public Service Commission like every other utility is, with the exception of one, and that's the home co-op where we are right now, Powder River Energy. Back in 2005, or I think it was maybe 2006, we were successful in getting legislation passed that allowed us, the co-ops, to go to our members and say, do you want to continue to be served by the Public Service Commission? Our argument against it is because we are self-governed. We have our duly elected board members. They pay the same rates as anybody else in their co-op, and we're nonprofit, so we don't have any need to artificially inflate rates because we just give that money back. So we didn't feel the need that we had to go and justify our rates to the Public Service Commission, spend the time and the energy on rate cases and rate studies and attorneys and all that. We do still conduct rate studies when a co-op, almost every year they conduct a rate case or a rate study, to see if they need to adjust their rates. There is a complaint process that was included in that legislation. If somebody's not happy with the proposed rate, they first go to their elected board of directors and they sit down with the board and the staff and they talk about, the reason for the rate increase or the rate change. If they're not happy with that, they can still go to the Public Service Commission, petition to the Public Service Commission and ask for a full-blown rate case. And I'm very proud of the fact that since we passed this bill, we've only had a handful of folks go to the board of directors, and we've not had anybody take anything to the PSC. So I think that's a testament to our staff members' work and our board of directors and their knowledge of the cooperative business model and the utility industry as well. I wasn't going to touch too much in talking to the co-chairs on the tax issue today, but I will just talk about a few things that kind of keep us up at night. Issues that we're concerned with both at the national level and at the state level. At the national level, it should probably come as no surprise that our biggest concern are rules, regulations, or legislation that impedes our mission of reliable, affordable power. And it seems recently we're getting a new proposed rule or regulation every day coming out of the EPA on the power plant emissions controls. And I'll use this example, and this just drives me nuts. Through the investment reduction or the Inflation Reduction Act and through the other fund, there's billions of dollars that the federal government is going to allocate or appropriate for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which I think is good. We need that here in Wyoming. But then the EPA comes out with a regulation that really will shut down coal plants. The technology that the EPA wants any coal-fired or natural gas-fired power plant to use isn't technically or financially available right now. So you're going to have one regulation that closes coal plants down, but we're going to spend billions of dollars to try and get CCUS on these coal plants. And I go on and on with the Forest Service and the BLM. They keep throwing out these rules and regulations, proposed rules and regulations that make it harder for us to do our job, makes it more expensive on our member owners. Because everything that, because we are nonprofit and cost-based, whenever there's an increased cost to us, it goes directly to our member owners. So that's at the national level. At the state level, last year we had a bill, and this goes to the map that I passed out. So this shows you all the service territories of the 11 distribution co-ops in Wyoming. Most of the rest of the white space is Rocky Mountain Power, with the exception of, like I said, where we are here in Sheridan, is MDU, and then Black Hills Energy also has some area in the northeast part of the state, and then of course down in Cheyenne. But the colored ones are all the co-op service territories, and those were drawn, decades and decades ago, the borders of those. And it's general practice that one neighboring utility doesn't serve into another utility service territory without an agreement between the two utilities. There was an instance that's been kind of going on for the past, I don't know, almost 10 years, where there's a large load that built their own line. The load is within one of our co-op territories. They built their own line to the neighboring utility, and the neighboring utility said, "We'll serve you." They shouldn't have done that. So we brought a bill last year, didn't make it too far, to try and put some teeth into that says, without an agreement, you can't cross these boundaries. We're going to work with the stakeholders and the corporations committee to hopefully bring that bill back again. I know it's a budget session, but we're going to try and bring that back again this coming year, and we'll keep you all informed of how that progresses. So again, I don't want to get too much into the weeds on any of the Gen Tax stuff right now. If we have another meeting to talk about that stuff, I can bring some folks that are tax experts and can give you a lot more information than I could today, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Right now, I'm thinking, hearing about all the regulations and stuff coming down that you guys are faced with. What's cheaper for the ratepayers right now, coal or wind power, based on generation? How much would it cost for coal as opposed to wind, and what would lead to the cheapest rates at this point?
We've continually said that coal meets our main mission, cheap and reliable. That having been said, Tri-State, I'll go back to them because they do have the largest footprint in Wyoming with 8 co-ops. They've had their owners, their members, their co-ops say we want a more diverse mix. And so Tri-State has gone through a number of cost-cutting measures in order to meet their members' needs. I want to say, and unfortunately the gal from Tri-State isn't here today, but I want to say Tri-State now is at about 50% coal, natural gas, 50% wind, solar, maybe some geothermal. So I can't answer your question directly, Mr. Chairman. I apologize in terms of actual dollars, but we've consistently said that coal is the cheapest, most reliable source for baseload generation.
And a follow-up to that is, are the co-ops nationally gathering together to possibly, can you guys sue the EPA? I mean, at some point you got to fight back. Are they going to put you out of business? Or they're going to make rates so astronomically high and reliability so low, we're going to be like a third world country. So at some point, what's going to be too much for you guys where you're going to take the fight to the EPA?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. And our national organization, NRECA, currently is working on the comment period to file comments. We support Representative Hageman and a few others that have asked the EPA for an extended 120-day comment period, because the comment period they put on that thing was so short, it was almost impossible to digest the whole thing and put cognizant comments together. But so through our national organization, they are talking about the comment period and what our comments are going to be. They're talking about the legislative fight, and they're talking about the legal fight. So collectively, yes, we are looking at all those options on how to push back.
Thank you. And let us know how we can help in that regard.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, we got a couple over here. We'll start with Senator Ide and then Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sean. Good information. It's a little bit of a follow-up on what Chairman Biden just brought up. Before you answered it, you said that 50% comes from what, coal, natural gas, the other half comes from so-called renewables. Is that accurate? That's my first question. And then the second question is, most of those so-called renewables are all subsidized effectively, solar, wind. If those subsidies dry up or no longer available for those kind of operators, can they continue? I mean, are we relying on something that maybe isn't fully renewable if we run out of subsidies for those alternative energy sources? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I can't get too much into the weeds on the subsidies, but yeah, they're subsidized. The co-ops were successful in getting some language in the Investment Reduction Act that allowed nonprofit co-ops to take advantage of those subsidies. It was kind of like, well, if they're going to happen, then we should be able to take advantage of them. We don't necessarily like them or support the subsidies, but if they're there, and there's a possibility for the co-ops to take advantage of that, then we have. And again, in the case of Tri-State, if it doesn't meet the reliable, affordable metrics, then they won't do it. Right now, the renewables, the solar and the wind, it does make cost effectiveness, or it does make good financial decision making, I guess, to take advantage of it. But if there comes a time and those subsidies go away and you see the actual cost, then they would probably divest that. And a lot of what Tri-State has isn't, they don't own it. They're buying it on the market because they can take advantage of the subsidies right now.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taylor. 30 years ago, I was on the board of directors of Garland Light and Power. And forgive me, I've lost a lot of brain cells in the last 30 years. But is it strictly the board that decides how the capital credits are paid back, or is the statewide organization involved in that at all? Because if they make a profit in they may only pay a portion of that back. Oftentimes they're 15 years behind in paying full capital credits back. Is there any rule or rule of thumb, whatever, that says within 20 years you have to pay those capital credits, from 20 years, you know what I mean? Because I get capital credits back from the electricity I use on my pumps and stuff. But often, it's from 15 years ago. So is there any rule of thumb there? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, we don't have anything to do with that at the statewide organization. And I'm going to phone a friend if I could real quick and ask Brian Mills from Precor to come up here. Sorry to put you on the spot, Brian, but he can explain at least Powder River's formula for allocating capital credits. And like I said, each co-op is different. It's the board of directors that make that decision on the formula. But Brian, I think, can probably explain it better than I
You're
can.
using friend lightly at this point.
Can you
So
please introduce yourself to the
yeah.
committee? Sorry.
I'm Brian Mills with Powder River Energy Office out of Sundance, Wyoming.
Thank you.
Senator French, I think your question about how do we manage capital credits, there's two things to understand. There's allocation and then there's retirement. Every year, when he's talking about that margin, it's allocated every year. The board of directors say, hey, any margin is allocated out. And then there's a course of the retirements. And to your point, it could be 15 years. There's not anything that governs all co-ops that says you have to retire them within 20 years or you have to retire them within 15 years. It's the capital management. So the board of directors look at that and say, hey, you want to go borrow your money at 9.5%, or is it it's almost an opportunity cost? If we can manage some of I got to put, more infrastructure in at this point this year. Let's use some of that capital instead of paying 9.5%. Since essentially the members are paying themselves to basically invest in the capital needs of the company. So that's how capital ebbs and flows in and out. And, for Powder River, we're at about 20 years is where we're at. And so we use the capitals best we can and then get it out the door. So I'm open for any other questions too, but
Sorry.
yeah.
Thank you. Committee, anybody over here? We'll do co-chairman Harshman and on the Representative Block.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple. Just looking at your map, I mean, some of these co-ops go across state lines, and I was just wondering how that kind of works with other jurisdictions and your board of directors and taxing and all those things, because you see, you know, our LSO memos, a lot of our neighbor states tax this generation and all that. How does that all kind of work?
Well, I'm going to defer to Brian since he's up here
Yeah,
because his
well,
co-op does
kinda had
cross
this
state
feeling
lines.
you
So
might pass that one. Thank you.
Yeah, we do serve in Montana and South Dakota, and essentially we do pay Montana sales tax to things that are distributed into Montana and South Dakota like. So we're not immune to the whatever that state's expectation is of tax. So it's very limited. We serve Decker Mine or the area around Decker Mine. So that would be probably our largest, I guess, exposure. But typically it's a one-off. It just makes better sense for us to serve that stock well, or maybe that remote cabin home that's right across the state line versus them trying to build out lines. So typically that's what it is, and it's not predominant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just follow up. So, okay, so these little border crosses most of it's in. Okay, and then I just really kind of for my education, you know, you think of like a public utility.
Yeah.
Regulated. And their mission is to provide the lowest cost. I mean, that's what we're, you know, and they go through all this and what source of power and how to provide us, the consumer, the lowest cost. Obviously, we have a real issue in Wyoming. We don't have a lot of residents to support this industrial need. You know, we continually battle this because we have high industrial rates, I'm told. Because we don't have that balance and with a massive, you know, residential like other states have. But so that's a regulation part to provide this lowest cost, but you're not under that. So it's just simply board of directors trying to find the lowest cost option. Is that, just so I understand, really that's how you regulate, but your mission is for the lowest cost to consumers. Is that the number one mission? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that's exactly right. And I just want to make sure that folks understand. So these distribution co-ops, we call them distribution co-ops because they don't generate any of their own electricity. So what they all have a seat on their G&T. Brian's co-op, they get their power from Basin Electric, so they have a seat on Basin's board. So when the generation transmission folks are sitting around saying, all right, you know, what's our load allocation, what's our generation allocation, what's what do we use, what's our mix to meet our goal of affordable, reliable. So that is made at the board of directors at the G&T level, and then that comes down to the distribution folks and says, here's what your rate's going to be, here's what our energy mix is.
Yes.
I'd just like to add, when you look at just to give perspective of a bill, there's two parts of a bill. There's your power costs, and then there's your distribution costs for us. And so when you look inside of your power costs, that's where you're starting to see some of the pressures like come in with capacity and transmission costs. And so that's what's starting to ratchet up. We have nothing to do with power costs. Distribution co-op doesn't, I mean, they partner in the family, because if you're a part of Basin Electric, there's 131 of us. They're trying to figure out how to generate power as cheap as we possibly can, because when they make a margin, they allocate it to us, which ultimately allocates it back to the member. And so this thing just continues to work for the inline member. And so that's the part of the power bill that's really scary right now. We have no control over capacity and all the EPA regulations. That's who's taking it on the chops. As far as the distribution, cost of capital, cost of labor, cost of equipment, just like every other business. When you try to service something, those are the three things that eat your lunch. And so we pay attention to those, but two sides of the bill when you look at it.
Thank you for that. It makes it abundantly clear that the the board of director, who serves on the board of directors at these G and Ts is very important because they're
Yeah.
the ones making the call on capacity, load, all that stuff and the allocation, whether we're going to use coal and natural gas or we're going to do wind and solar. That's where those decisions are being made, correct?
On the G and
On the
T
G and
side,
T
yeah,
side.
that's in Basin Electric, yep.
You bet.
And so, in tri-state, yeah, and so we have basins governed by, there's like 10 regions, over 9 states. And so there's like 11 district managers that manage, there's districts that are spread out over those 9 states. And so that's, when you're saying they need to be paying attention, that's those board of directors. Our local cooperative board of directors, they're just like everybody else here. And so it's our job as manager to kind of explain some of those dynamics, make sure they have that, because ultimately they're answering the question, what does it feel when I get that monthly bill? Why is it looking like that? And is that the right number? And so when he's talking about cost of service, what does it take to serve a stock well? What does it take to serve a 69 delivery to a coal mine? 2 different things, right? And it doesn't, and so when you're talking about industrial load, our particular co-op, we are very cost of service focused. And so coal mine doesn't pay the same rate as a residential. It's cheaper because it doesn't cost as much. Every time you step down energy, add another little bit because it's more equipment to do that. And so if I can deliver it to you at about how I get it, that's as cheap as you can get it. So that's our kind of how we run it.
And if there's 2 things that I might add kind of to this one-off conversation. Tri-State, they had been getting pressure from Colorado and New Mexico to incorporate more renewables. Both those states have either a renewable portfolio standard or an emission standard. And so Tri-State was being controlled, if you will, mainly by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. And we don't like to be regulated, the co-ops, because of our self-governing business model. But Tri-State said we can't be controlled by one state, or we can't be controlled by 4 different public service utilities. So they did file to be become regulated by the FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. That was a big decision that they made, but that was easier for them to deal with one regulatory body at the federal level than 4 different ones, or being mainly controlled by the Colorado one, because that's where they're headquartered. And then to Senator Beitman's question earlier, and this came to mind when Brian was talking about costs and regulations, and we were out in DC about a month or so ago. A bunch of co-op directors and employees went out to visit with our delegation, and we heard from some folks from DOE and the FERC. But we were talking, one of our biggest talking points at that meeting in DC was the supply chain issue, particularly as it pertains to transformers. These guys can't get transformers. The lead time has gotten longer. The costs have gotten more expensive. And I think it was that same week that the Department of Energy proposed a new efficiency standard on transformers, which again is just flies in the face of, we got to do better on the supply chain, but we're going to also have this new rule that makes these efficiency standards increase the costs, and you already can't get the transformers. So how do you get new transformers with new efficiency standards? So just a aside there.
Yeah, it's important. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Representative Locke, we left you in the lurch down there, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, this is more me learning more than anything. But question, you talk about cheap and reliable. So the reliable component doesn't get talked about a whole lot, but it would strike me that there's a significant decision made there when you start mixing your power sources here. And is that something you can talk to a little bit in terms of that? Because let's say EPA or whatever regulations get pushed down, it impacts that component of that discussion, that cheap and reliable, at least I assume based on the little I know. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, so when you contract power, you don't contract it when the light switch goes on, you want it, you got to contract it all the time. And so that's what the purpose of base load generation with the wind. So when they infuse the wind cost, it doesn't eliminate a base load generation expense. It just adds to it. Now, the magic happens when you can mix those and have some predictability around the wind and the solar use. And then you kind of blend your coal plant. Coal plants don't start up and down in the same day. Gas does. So those are called peakers. And so those can kind of help and kind of complement. But gas wasn't cheap there for a bit last winter. So it just adds a complexity to managing that when you say, I would say cheap is probably we like cheap, but it's the lowest cost that we can find. And so cheap is used very carefully because the member doesn't think it's cheap, but it's, in our case, it's the lowest thing that we could find. And that's the most reliable. The technology that we're really trying to focus in now to harvest the technology of renewables is storage. And so storage, then when the wind blows, then you can store it for a little bit and disperse it back into your system. The things that are our challenges is managing your peak when everybody turns the light on or the coffee pot on in the morning. And that creates that peak demand that we have to make sure that whenever you want it, if everybody left that light on all day long or the coffee pot on all day long, we'd have to keep that. And then they go to work and they shut it down and then it goes back down in a residential. In our case, where we serve a coal mine and they just come on and they just stay on, it's called, we have a high load factor. That's what they call load factor. And so a more residential co-op, they go like this all day long. Power at a high load factor is cheaper than power with a volatile load factor. And so that's the challenge of a co-op, trying to pay attention to their load factor, partner with their G&T to make sure that when they say, hey, we got a wind farm, you want it? Yes. And now they have to manage how it gets actually applied to the different load factors of the co-op.
You have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick. So I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
So the key here is regulations. Yeah, they potentially affect, let's say low cost, let's not say cheap. They affect the price, but that also has the potential of having a significant impact on reliability. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, I would say our biggest hurdle right now that's making reliability scared is easements and right of way. Like you can't build transmission and then you have to have an assessment and an environmental assessment. And those are like 7 years. So you want power now. In 7 years, we might get it to you if we go through all of our assessments and easements and all the different things that the government has put in front of us. Yeah.
Okay, back over here, looks like Representative Bear and then Senator French after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony today. And you've brought up some things that I'd like to have you drill down on for me just a little bit while we've got your expertise here. Number one is this issue with transformers in the supply chain. If you could let us know any information you have as far as what is it? Is it materials that are creating the delay? I know that we have issues with rare earth minerals, and we've been looking into that here within the state, trying to do that. We also have issues with trucking within our own state, where our own state departments are creating issues. So if we can get some of those things out of the way, maybe we can help with the transformers. I'd just like to know, what is it you're running into on the transformer issue? And I would like you to expand on this load factor issue and how it affects particularly Dry Fork Station. My understanding is that when you are at a constant load factor on a plant like Dry Fork, just the length of and serviceability of the equipment is extended, and that is definitely shortened. If you could just share with us, what is the impact of this up and down based on these green energy sources impacting the grid? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I'll take the first part on supply chain, and then I'll hand it over to Brian on the capacity stuff. You kind of nailed all of it, right? It's material. It's the right kind of steel that we need for the transformers. I don't believe the rare earth is played into the transformers as much as batteries and storage and that stuff. But it's the raw product. And then it's the shipping. I'd say those are the two biggest problems we've had. And that's across the country. And I mean, if you look at, you know, I'll use Cheyenne, for example, even though it's not in the co-op territory. They've been building like crazy down in Cheyenne for years and years and years. And they got to have transformers to serve all these new apartments and houses that they're building. And that's across the whole country, right? That's just a microcosm in Cheyenne that I use, but that's across the whole country. Everybody's building and everybody needs transformers. And so it's the raw material and the shipping.
Chairman and Representative Bear, I would just, in adding to that, I think the regulation around having transformers made in America, that's a big deal now, and that's fine, but labor shortages are real, and it just continues in that. I think we're at like 24 to 30 months on a transformer. So as far as the load factor in Dry Fork, I would say, so there's a DC tie, what they call a DC tie, goes from Miles City to Rapid City down to Alliance, and that, so east of that is served, you know, energy is ran one way. West of that, it's ran the different way. That's a DC tie on that. And so why that's important is because east of that, for Basin's footprint, they're part of a regional transmission authority, RTO, that manages the transmission and the generation of power, and power is put onto the market. Or if let's say that Dry Fork was on the east side, Dry Fork's power, when they crank that thing up, they can sell it to you a wholesale market. I'm making numbers up. I wish I had these better numbers. Let's say they can sell it for 35 cents. And then a distribution co-op the RTO says, okay, and the wind comes on, and that, well, they can blow with subsidy at 19 cents. Right. And so whose energy gets dispersed? Well, the wind gets dispersed because it's cheaper at 19 cents subsidized. And so the coal just generates it, but that base load generation, that power plant, that base load is trying to understand always needed demand. And that's what they run to. And so the wind comes on, it's cheap, they get sold. It comes on, it's off, gets sold. And that base load just hums at whatever everybody needs all the time. And so on the east, that's managed by that regional authority. On the west side, there is no market. And so there is conversation right now of how we coordinate the flow at this point on the west side. But now, just geographically speaking, Dry Fork's on the west. And so when they generate power, Basin has the ability, because there's capacity through each of those ties, to move energy from the west over to the east and sell it. Right. And so when the wind isn't blowing and everybody, those co-ops that have banked on wind or renewables, and it's not blowing, or sun's not shining, they ship that base load generation across the DC tie and sell it to them for 78 cents.
Yeah.
Right. And so there is a market to manage from that Basin uses. And I would say a lot of their margin is made on off member cells. Right. And so Dry Fork specifically serves that, is kind of on the west side, ship that power across the east side, and they'll use it. They'll buy it.
Quick follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now that we understand that they're able to get rid of that energy at times, and probably not always, is there an issue with Dry Fork having to slow down production at the plant?
So with just the general demand, there's not enough energy going on right now. And so Dry Fork, I believe, and Travis can correct me, Dry Fork has ran at capacity for a long time now. And whether they're shipping across or whether they're shipping it out. And so that's just the reality. This with the EVs, with all the different things, we are using more energy today than we ever have, and will continue to use more. And so that's what I say, that left side of if you're looking on my power bill, that left side of my power bill capacity, transmission costs, all the regulations that come through, that's where that's about to get rugged fast.
That's, yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
Depressing. Senator French, lighten the mood, will you?
One time in high school, way back, Garland Light and Power up there based out of Powell. I thought at one time way back got some power from the WAPA line. There's a WAPA line there, Western Area Power Administration, that's mainly generated out of Glen Canyon Dam, and they're releasing water, Barrel Wreck is releasing water out of Flaming Gorge, and I think 1 or 2 reservoirs on the western slope of Colorado to keep the pool in Glen Canyon enough to generate power. How does WAPA tie into all of this?
Yeah, so it's just a government organization that runs hydro dams. And so when you say, I mean, for Powder River, we need, 300 megawatt of power. We talked to, when we were created like, this will be our 78th year this year. When we were looking for power, I mean, if you go back to the very infancy, and I will get to your question, but I think it's important. Earl Christensen was a alum of the state legislator, and he was one of our founding members, and he went door knocking for $5. You could become a member of this thing that was going to deliver power. And so that's how this even created, is that there was a group of us that believed that we could get together and make this work. And then we went and bought some poles and wire and started stringing it from wherever we could get it from. But part of that is where are we going to buy power from? And that was the genesis of Basin Electric saying, oh, we better generate this stuff on our own. Who knows where we're going to buy it? Well, part of the WAPA solution, government solution, beyond just the Department of Ag creating a rural utility service, which is where we get most co-ops have the ability to get funding from the RUS. But they created this electrical generation entity, and they used hydropower to do it. And so infancy co-ops or co-ops from the infancy might have been allocated a portion of WAPA power, what they call WAPA power. And so for us, when we said, we're going to create Basin, we still have our WAPA allocation, but it's blended. We basically give that to Basin, say you can bank on X amount of high generation from hydro, but we still need 300 megawatt. And so it's up to them to help us manage it. And so that some co-ops have WAPA, some co-ops don't. Bonneville, serving Lower Valley, huge, right? Because that's a hydro, that's the cheapest power you can get. And they're geographically in the right spot. So and Deseret is also Bridger Valley on the southwest southwest corner, serves Bridger Valley as well.
Well, gentlemen, I think we're armed and dangerous now. We know just enough to be dangerous. But I can't let you off the hook without asking a tax question. I know you kind of wanted to not talk taxes, but here we are at the tax committee. What we do with a gross receipts or income tax, whatever you want to call it, excise tax, how does that affect our ratepayers? Is that going to get directly passed on to them as in a higher electric bill? So ultimately, we're not really raising taxes on you guys, we're just raising taxes on ourselves and our ratepayers. Would that be an accurate assumption?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
I like the brevity. You're just like I am.
But the rebate program, it's very nuanced, and we've talked with some of our folks at Basin and Tri-State about how that would look and how that would the rebates could or should, or how it would be passed on back to our members. It's pretty complicated, but to answer your basic question, yes.
Okay.
Adds to the left side of that bill.
That's the left side of the bill.
Yeah.
All right. Senator McEwen, before we let you go, he has a question for you.
It almost appears to me that I'm paying an electric bill at 2 different places now. The first is I'm gonna have increased taxes in order to cover the subsidies. And then I'm gonna pay for, well, I get power from you.
Yep.
In right.
Yep.
So when you're sending that 19-cent power across the line, it's really not 19 cents to us. It's 19 cents to you. And I'm not picking on you. It's smart business practice. But at the end of the day, while this is all subsidized, I just want everybody to realize you're paying for the subsidy. I was listening to a radio station this morning and I listened to Discover Card, 2 times the cash back. And everybody's all excited. Well, it's kind of the same model. I sell groceries for a living. You bring your Discover Card in and you're going to get 2 times the cash back. But if I want to stay in business, you're going to pay for the 2 times cash back. It's taking money from one pot to another. You're not changing anything. So my question is, do we need to start pushing back on the subsidies? Or just leave it where it's at? Thank you.
I think that's Sean's question. But yeah, I'll talk about the net metering. a little bit.
Okay, I guess to your point, and we kind of touched on it earlier. Traditionally, the co-ops have not supported the subsidies on renewables. Maybe that's because we couldn't take advantage of it, and so we didn't think it was an unfair playing field. But again, like I said earlier, if there's going to be subsidies, then let's at least be able to take advantage of it. If they go away, I don't think we would have any heartbreak or heartburn over it. But while they're there, we might as well try and take advantage of it to our members, to the betterment of our members. I know it's like you're paying for the subsidy, then you're paying for the power. I see where you're coming from on the 2 times cash back. But again, if the financials make sense to help us achieve our goal of reliable, affordable power, then we'll do it. When it doesn't make sense, then we won't do it.
And I should know, I should never use numbers here. So, because they might get used. So, but the net metering thing has come up and I kind of use that as far as that's an avoided cost calculation. And I think you guys have talked about that as far as a part of the revenue. And so for us, what's the avoided cost? We still had to put iron in the ground. We still had to run wire across there. And even though we sell it to you for 11.4 cents, you expect us to pay it back at 11.4 cents. Well, we got to put poles in the wire. We got to pay people to man those things. And so that's what an avoided cost does. It says, take it all off the table. What's actually avoided and everything. And that's the 19 cents. And so people are kind of up in arms, say, oh, I got 11.4 cents and you're only giving me 19 cents or 1.9 cents. And you take care of all the transmission needs, all the substations, all the transformers, all the people. And that's what you have left. That's what basin, or that's the avoided part of it. So when the other part that I would say, as far as just on the renewable side, you have to have base load generation to support renewables, period. They don't happen all the time. So that is just when Basin's looking at renewables, they have all of the above approach. Then it's like, okay, if I put on this many megawatt of wind, I got to make sure that I have enough base load generation to support it, right? Because it's good when it works and it's not very useful when it doesn't.
Quick follow-up and then let's get her back to the corral here.
Okay. I think when the whole net metering thing came about, I'm pretty sure I spent a few hours with you over that too. I think you guys were dealt some dirty cards on that. I think there was some marketing outside the power companies and some expectations for people who bought the solar panels. So I just want to say I understand the issues with net metering. And that could be as bad as some of the regulations. Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah. Seeing no further questions, gentlemen, great job. Thank you for that. That was really good. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Tough act to follow, Mr. Kaysen from Rocky Mountain Power. We have much confidence you will be as good as they were. So Mr. Kaysen, why don't you come on up and give us an overview of what Rocky Mountain Power is doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Rick Kaysen, and I'm here on behalf of Rocky Mountain Power. And sir, with all due respect, I hope I don't let you down, okay? The purpose of my presentation this morning is to give you an overview of our corporation, which is called Pacific Corp, and then break it down into what Rocky Mountain Power is here in Wyoming. You should have a copy of my presentation. There are also copies for the public back on the back table. And yes, it's going to be a hard act to follow with what Mr. Taylor and Mr. Mills just completed, but I'll do the very best I can. Pacific, next slide, please, Ms. Nord. Pacific Corp is the name of our corporation, okay? We operate in 6 different states with 2 divisions, Rocky Mountain Power and Pacific Power. Rocky Mountain Power, we operate in Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho. Pacific Power operates in Washington, Oregon, and California. And if we look at the map here, the blue shaded areas are the certificated service territories in which those 2 operating divisions serve customers. And when I mentioned certificated service territory, and Mr. Taylor touched on this just a little bit, a certificated service territory is a designated area for a utility to serve. And those are approved by each state's respective regulatory commissions. So in our case, that is the Public Service Commission of Wyoming. And for the privilege and the right to serve in those certificated service territories, the utility also has the obligation to meet those customer needs. And this is commonly referred to as the regulatory compact, which has been around for 100+ years, and overall it's worked pretty well under that regulatory regime. The Rocky Mountain Power is an investor-owned utility that is commonly referred to as an IOU. And we are a fully regulated utility, electric utility by our Public Service Commission, as well as some federal agencies such as the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the EPA, and there's others. And I'm not going to go into a lot of the dissertation that Mr. Taylor did about our concerns about the EPA as well. Like the co-ops, one of our objectives is to make sure that we deliver safe, reliable, and at least cost or affordable electricity to our customers. Within our corporation, we have approximately 4,800 employees serving 2 million electricity customers across those 6 states. Rather vast territory in our certificated areas of 141,500 plus square miles. We have 17,770 miles of transmission, and we've already talked about transmission a little bit this morning. We'll talk about that in a little bit in addition going on. 17,770 miles. What does that truly mean? That's a lot of miles. When you think about the circumference of our Earth, which stands at 24,000.9 miles, we're closing in on that number. So a lot of transmission, and this is just our corporations. When we think about the other transmission facilities in the West, you know, that's a lot of lines, that's a lot of towers getting power to customers. And that demand is going to continue to grow, as we know. Next slide, please. So let's get into the home state, Wyoming. We have 144,000 customers that we serve in again, the blue certificated service territories as well. We have about 1,040 employees serving those customers on a payroll of an investment in a manner of speaking in Wyoming of $134 million. For those 144,000 employees and the number of employees we serve, that's about 138 customers per employee. And that's a very favorable ratio when you think about it. Our assets in Wyoming at this time, $3.4 billion, and that is continuing to grow. And we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. Not only do we invest in the infrastructure and our assets, we also invest in the communities in which we serve. And you can see that through the grants and the charitable donations that we have provided in 2022. Through the foundation, through community funding directly, a little over $687,000 that we have provided to our communities. Not only do we provide the financial investment in our communities, but we also have employees that are very much engaged in their communities in various activities. That's volunteer work, but that again, that's the commitment that these people give to the communities in which they reside and in which they work. The map also, it's a little bit hard to see, but we have 11 coal-fired units in Wyoming. We have currently 1 natural gas unit in Wyoming. So we're using those fossil fuels. And I'm going to build on that information here in a little while with regards to our integrated resource plan that we filed with the Public Service Commission earlier this year. We currently have 17 owned wind projects and with those renewables, and we're looking at other purchase power agreements with, we do have other purchase power agreements for with wind projects and solar projects as well to meet the growing demand of our customers. Next slide, please. So we, as I mentioned, 17,000 plus miles of transmission. So that's quite the grid. And that is going to be, that's going to grow and it's an ongoing need. Not only are we going to be adding to it, but we also have to replace transmission lines that have been in service for many, many years. We have a portfolio of diverse energy resources to generate that power. We think about our thermal, which is the coal, the natural gas. We talked about the renewables already, wind, solar, and hydro, and also battery storage is also part of that 2023 integrated resource plan. So again, we look at the diversity and what's going to be in an economic sense to serve our customers. Innovation and partnership. This is something we're rather proud of, and rightfully so. Wyoming as a state has played and continues to play a major role in shaping this nation's energy future, and that's for generations to come. And that's an awesome responsibility in my view. Little old Wyoming in the middle of nowhere, we are leading the way, and we should take a lot of pride in that. And we work closely with like the School of Energy Resources, the Wyoming Energy Authority, and with the development of power to make sure that we are meeting those needs, not only within the boundaries of our state, but when we export that power outside of our state as well. So again, I think something we all should be very proud of. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned the transmission and the grid and what have you, connecting the West. The 120 miles of new and rebuilt transmission line, that is referring to the Gateway West transmission project that the corporation, the company is involved in. This is going to be transmitting more electricity, basically about 1,800 megawatts of new wind and solar power that is planned to come online. And there's approximately 300 megawatts of battery storage capacity that also has been planned for the Gateway West. Gateway South, that's the 416 miles that you see there of new transmission line, with 142 miles being here in Wyoming. And that's going to carry energy from southeast Wyoming down into Utah, and to meet the growing demand, not only that we have in our state, but also in our neighboring state as well. And this will also improve the electricity flow through the transmission grid throughout our region. Earlier, there was some discussion about the reliability of power, and I'm happy very much to report in our industry, there is a there's a common term used, it's called SAIDI, SAIDI. That stands for System Average Interruption Duration Index. And it's a way of measuring service interruptions or power outages, okay? I'm happy to report in 2022, on average, our Rocky Mountain Power customers experienced service interruptions of 109 minutes. Now, that seems like a lot when you think 3 digits. There's 525,600 minutes in a year, okay? What that computes to is a 99.98% reliability factor. So again, something that is pretty significant. So when we think about being a regulated utility, safe, reliable, and cost affordable or least cost power. So again, this is just a way of measuring, again, the reliability factor that Rocky has been providing to its customers here in Wyoming. Now, I do recognize those customers that had power outages for longer than 109 minutes. They weren't too probably happy with that. But this takes into consideration weather conditions and things of that nature. Representative Locke, if I may, you asked a question earlier about the reliability and what have you, and when we're talking about base load capacity, utilities also build into what they call reserve capacity. And it's not, we need 1 megawatt of electricity, let's generate it, life is good. Because we know there's going to be some kind of an interruption in the service. It may be maintenance on a unit of generation. The wind may not be blowing or something of that nature. So again, utilities do build into their overall need to meet the customer demand, again, for that load factor, to meet the load factor, as well as again, meeting customer needs. Next slide, please. So we take a look at the investments and everything else, and this we talked about reliability. We of course heard TerraPower's announcement of an advanced nuclear project here in Wyoming. That is the online date, of course, unfortunately was extended a couple of years. We're now into the 2032 time frame, something like that. Again, the uranium source, to make sure we have that has been a concern. But when after this plant comes online and it is producing power, the plans are for Rocky Mountain Power will become the owner and the operator of that unit. So that'll be being added to our generation fleet as well. That has a rated megawatt capacity of 345 megawatts. It also has the ability to be ramped up to 500 megawatts. So again, we think about base load, we think about reliability. This is going to be a great addition to our generation fleet. We look into the future, we're also going to have some conversions at the Jim Bridger plant east of Rock Springs area. We're going to convert units 1 and 2 to natural gas, again, using hopefully Wyoming natural gas in this process. And I'm going to get in a little more detail when I talk about the IRP here, Mr. Chairman, in a little bit. We're also pursuing, we are in the midst of analyzing a request for proposal to install a carbon capture on a Wyoming coal unit, one of our units. That analysis should be complete during the third quarter of this year. And I also mentioned looking at battery and hydro pumped storage projects, again, to take a look at that reliability to meet that growing demand. And again, the diverse portfolio that we're talking about. Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I can take questions at this time before I delve into a little bit of information, as I noted on the integrated resource plan that we filed with our commission.
It's like we have a question from Senator French over there. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You just said converting Jim Bridger Unit 1 and 2 to natural gas, and hopefully, I think your comment was hopefully use Wyoming gas. Why on earth wouldn't you use Wyoming gas? We got gas all around that place. I mean, lots and lots and lots of it. So what did you mean by that? Hopefully.
Okay.
I mean, versus we're definitely going to use Wyoming gas.
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, good catch. Yes, it's the goal is to use Wyoming natural gas. It's available. The cost is attractive. The transmission or transporting of that natural gas from a field here in Wyoming to the sites is beneficial. So thank you. You got me. You got me. Yes, sir. That's our objective.
Go down to Representative Locke has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you give us just a brief history of storage? Has it always been the case where we've had battery storage for our power? Is that something new with some of the inclusion of the new power sources with wind and solar? Can you just give me just kind of a real quick, brief discussion of what that, the history of storage?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, as brief as I possibly can, battery storage is something that I would say is relatively new from an historical standpoint. If you look at a generating facility, you generate it, you put it in the transmission system, you use it. We have not stored it. Now with the renewables, the battery storage is a new component of that. From the standpoint of being able to store it, to use it as a later date. Battery storage still is the big question on that is the economics of it. Is it economically viable, and can our customers afford it? So again, the technology has to be improved on that. I will share again from a storage standpoint, a little bit history and something that our company is involved in right now, and that's the pump storage. And very briefly on that, pump storage is you might have a reservoir sitting up here with a lot of water, and you release it to a reservoir at a lower level to generate hydropower when the demand is there. And then when the demand drops, you pump it back up to the upper level. So that's another form of storage, but not as battery. And that history on that, there's been some units going clear back into the 1980s on the pump storage. And hopefully that answers your question, sir.
Co-Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions. Just, it seemed like the rule of thumb was Wyoming exported about 70% of our electricity that's generated in the state. It goes to out-of-state users. And I don't know if can you update us on that number? Do you have that kind of, I know you're not the only generator, but just what is that kind of, or is it 50%? What is that number?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Rocky Mountain Power is approximately 85% of the power that we are generating is exported beyond our state boundaries.
And is that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's kind of probably similar for most folk, or just a statewide average. Maybe somebody's in the room can share that with us later. And then just my other question is, you talked, these changes in natural gas and conversions in nuclear, and we're really thankful this nuclear plant, because that small town of Kimmer, you drive into that town, it's a coal mine and a power plant. It's a big part. And so we're, keep that town rolling. And so we're really appreciative of that. And so that part, I think all that is good. And, part of that, we went, 2011 and 12, and we updated our nuclear generation statutes. And are there any of those kind of things? And not that you have to answer it now, but this committee would really like to hear if there's things that we need to kind of clean up to make us even more attractive, because we want to continue to export 85% of our power. That's a huge deal. It's a huge job creator for us. So my last question, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your patience, is heard about natural gas, nuclear. Is there any spare hydro capacity out there that hasn't been maximized yet that you're looking at, other than pump storage, but just existing hydro? Are we maximizing all that? Because that's like the steadiest source of power out there, really, generation. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'll back up to your first point about the nuclear plant. And there have been subsequent announcements, of course, after this one comes online and with the success it will have, the idea to build additional advanced nuclear reactors targeted at this time for Wyoming and Utah as well. So again, that's going to be a very important factor for, I think, Wyoming, again, leading the way for generation. And when we can help out those communities, we've, doing in Kemmerer, yes, bringing those jobs in. With regards to hydro, this is something that a source of generation that we are not in tremendously, as you heard earlier, with regards to other hydro projects and that type of thing. As long as it continues to rain, and thank you, the good Lord, for the rain we've had this year, and we do not see drought conditions, then I think hydro will be part of the diverse energy mix for, not necessarily in the Rocky Mountain region, if I may, and we need to take advantage of that. Now, will we have to see some new investments in dams to build, to store water, to release that water, to generate electricity? That's a possibility. But in a manner of speaking, hydropower is a renewable source of power. And if we can take advantage of it and say we collectively, why not?
Okay, Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've got connecting the West. You've got 120 miles of new and rebuilt transmission lines, 416 miles of new transmission lines, 142 miles of that in Wyoming. Can you explain how those transmission lines are funded? Is that fully funded by Pacific Corp, or is there U.S. government subsidies in that as well? Could you comment on that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, to the best of my knowledge, those are corporately owned investments or corporate investments, bonding to get those as well. I will verify that as well, but I believe that is all corporate dollars.
Mr. Kaysen, before you move on to the IRP, I was browsing the Berkshire Hathaway Energy website, and front and center, it's boasting their ESG credentials and, their environmental cred, and how they're proud of the fact that they're all in on ESG. And as of December 31st, 2022, 90% of their investments are in non-coal or gas projects. How does that bode for our capacity issues and our reliability issues? I mean, I don't think you can have, go full on woke ESG and have reliability at the same time. There's going to be a trade-off, and there's going to be higher prices and less reliability if we're not, as to the co-op said, we need that baseload generation. And if we're retiring coal plants and we're not building new ones, and we're all in on wind and solar, and how is that going to help the ratepayers, and how's that look for the state of Wyoming going forward? We don't want to be California. We don't want to have blackouts and brownouts. We want to flip the switch and have power come on. And how's that play? How can you do ESG and do reliability and low cost at the same time?
Okay. Great question, Mr. Chairman, and that might be a little segue right into for the integrated resource plan, if I may. But again, to somewhat, and excuse me for being repetitive, to address that reliability and that base load, I'll go back to the nuclear reactor. I wish that was coming online in a couple of years, but again, we have to work, collectively, this country's got to work on the enrichment of the uranium to be able to be built in that. And we should, in my opinion, make that domestic made and not rely on another out of country source. And we can stand on our own doggone feet to make sure that we meet that need. So that's one element. And if we see multiple of those advanced nuclear reactors coming online, again, I think that will help balance out and hopefully answer your question to some degree with regards to the reliability and meeting that base load factor.
With regard to that, though, you guys are pushing net zero by what, 2030, 2050, whatever it is. It's a lot of wishful thinking, but it's not going to happen. So what's the alternative when 2030 rolls around, which is 7 short years away, and all these hopeful dreams of nuclear power and wind power and all this capacity is not there, and everybody's plugging in their electric vehicles and there's no power because we don't have any baseload power? Is there a plan B? Are you guys just all in on net zero, no matter what the reality of the situation is? I mean, that's kind of concerning for me and my constituents.
Mr. Chairman, again, as I mentioned, being a fully regulated utility, one of our obligations is to meet that demand. I do not have all of the nuts and bolts to put together. I wish I did to answer, but yes, there are plans that you would call a plan B and everything else that we do meet that demand outside of renewables and things of that nature. And I can focus on that a little bit over at least the next 10 years when I take a look at the update on the integrated resource plan. But this is the integrated resource plan is just a plan and that type thing. The complexities of this industry from the federal level right down into the state level, again, things are going to change, and we're going to have to be able to react to those changes. But we will not. I wish I could give you some guarantees on baseload, but I'm not sure what the next 5 or 10 years is going to be. But I can assure you, we're just not turning our heads just to renewables, but that baseload has to be there as well. One of the things, and this is not, I hope this is not perceived as just passing the buck, but we are reacting to mandates by other states as well, who are saying no to fossil fuel. And we've talked about that to great length in previous meetings, previous sessions, and what have you. But right now, about 75% of our generation is in Wyoming. Anyway, we're looking at coal, natural gas, and you blend in about 17% of that 75% with wind as well. So again, predominantly using fossil fuels is our generation, part of our generation mix to meet that base load requirement. Okay.
Before we let you go with that, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. How much of Wyoming's uranium was sold to other countries? Do you know what that percentage is?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, I do not, sir. And I could check with, call a friend at the Wyoming Mining Association to try to get you an answer, but I do not have that information.
Thank you, sir. It looks like Representative Strzok has a question for you.
Thank you, Chairman. My question would be, what you have planned for Glen Rock with the Dave Johnson power plant? What's the long term?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Representative Strzok, address that in the update on the integrated resource plan, if I may.
Yeah,
So
let's go
maybe
ahead and get
launch right into that,
Yeah,
sir.
let's do a good
Okay.
segue there.
Again, we did file the integrated resource plan, sometimes referred to shortly or as the IRP. And again, I need to emphasize it is a plan. This plan is updated every 2 years and filed with our Public Service Commission. Why do we do an every 2-year plan? Well, because things change, and I'll be able to show you some of the changes and again, address Representative Strzok's question as well. We heard about the supply chain issue. We're suffering from that as well, but again, things change. But the basis of the integrated resource plan, again, it has to make economic sense for our customers. When we take a look at the blend of resources we have to generate that power, that's the driving element here. It has to make economic sense for our customers. So to get into some real specifics here with regards to our generating units in Wyoming, the Dave Johnston plant, again, outside of Glen Rock, unit number 4. There's 4 units at the Dave Johnston plant. Unit number 4 will continue to operate on coal and plan to retire in 2039. So again, this is 12 years later than what our 2021 IRP called for. So again, unit 4 stays online until it is planned for retirement in 2039. When I talk about these retirements and everything else as we go forward here, all of these units are beyond their expected life expectancy to begin with. We've made investments to keep them online. And so again, somewhere down the line, it has to make, the economics have to make sense to keep it online, to keep making these investments, to keep those going. But again, some good news right there to keep it online for an additional 12 years. Unit number 3 at Dave Johnson is a mandated forced retirement in 2027, just a few years down the line. What do I mean by a mandated forced retirement? You remember a couple years ago, there was a lot of the regional hay settlement discussions in Wyoming, neighboring states as well. Brought about again by the federal government requirements to address the regional haze for environmental concerns. And it was agreed that we would retire unit number 3 to meet the requirements of that agreement. In a manner of speaking, we had to sever one of our arms to keep the rest of the body going and keep these other units online. So unit 3 is the one that was agreed upon to take offline. Units 1 and 2 at Dave Johnson plant, they are retired for planned retirements in 2028. This is 1 year later than the planned retirement in the 2021 IRP. So again, a little bit longer use of those 2 units. The Wyandotte coal-fired unit outside of Gillette, that plant calls for the investment of what is called a selective non-catalytic reduction device, or an NCR, that is to reduce emissions, but we're keeping it online as well. That SNCR investment will take place in 2026 with retirement in 2039, and will continue to burn coal at that plant as well. We mentioned Kemmerer earlier. The Naughton plant outside of Kemmerer, plans are to convert units 1 and 2 to natural gas using Wyoming natural gas, if I may. Those conversions are planned for 2026 with a retirement date in 2036. So 10 years after that conversion. Unit number 3 at Naughton has already been converted to natural gas, and it also has retirement in 2036. So we take a look at those 2036 retirement dates. We talked about the Natrium plant coming online in hopefully the 2032, 2033 range. You can see where there's a little bit of an insurance policy built into keeping those units online once that reactor comes online as well.
Mr. Kaysen, before you move on from Dave Johnston and closing in 2028, coming offline, what's going to take that base load? What's going to replace that base load? Because you're removing a lot of power, reliable power off the grid in 2028 when Dave Johnston retires. And we're adding more EVs to the grid, and we're like we heard, demand's at an all-time high. And here we are talking about taking reliable power off. What's going to replace that?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, one would be, part of that would be the nuclear reactor coming online,
But
and that's a few years after.
that's
I
quite a
recognize
few years
you can't have
after.
that plan. But I'm going to get into, and this is going to be the it won't answer your question fully on the base load, but it's the focus on renewables. And we are hearing from our customers, we're hearing from other states in which we serve, no more fossil fuel generation, or we don't want your generation. So we're trying to find that balance to meet those needs, the needs within Wyoming, and still make sure we hit that base load and meet the demand and the load factors that our customers are going to require. Okay. Then if I can go to Jim Bridger outside of Rock Springs, units 1 and 2 converted to natural gas in 2026. They'll retire in planned retirement in 2037. Units 3 and 4 converted to natural gas in 2030, with also retirements targeted for 2037. Part of the integrated resource plan also calls for the more investments into renewables. That's both solar wind, and again, back to some battery storage as well. And one of the last things that from the IRP, and this was addressed a little earlier as well, but that's the discussion around adding a CCUS or a carbon capture utilization sequestration, a unit, a carbon capture unit on a coal unit here in Wyoming at one of our plants. We did issue a request for proposal for interested parties to look at a Wyoming unit and see if they could come up with a plan to attach a unit. We had 19 responses to that RFP. The interesting part, there were 60 parties involved in that those 19 responses. And why I find that interesting is you could see a consortium coming together of people that are interested in this. I may have expertise in the financing, I may have expertise in the technology, I may have expertise here, but they brought those strengths together to respond to this. From those, 3 moved forward with site visits, which was a requirement of the request for proposal. And from that, 1 proposal moved forward. And that was targeted for a Jim Bridger unit by a consortium of those providers. And we will provide all of that information once a decision is made going forward. One of the interesting things I think also about CCUS, I think that may be of interest for you as well, is when you may recall when the Infrastructure Recovery Act came out from Congress, that provided incentives across the Energy Board, CCUS, more renewable development, transmission, and everything else. We did apply all of those factors into a CCUS project to see if that would, in a manner of speaking, lift the boat to make it that much more competitive. And unfortunately, it did not. And so again, this is not, there is not a CCUS project in this 2023 IRP, but that does not mean we've closed the door on CCUS. It means we're still working to find that technology to make it economically viable for the company, as well as potentially our customers as well. So again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that's a quick overview of the IRP. That will, of course, be reviewed and analyzed by the Public Service Commission. And we'll see where the determination goes from that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kaysen. You mentioned your customers and referring to folks on the left coast. They don't produce the power, though. We do.
Yes, sir.
So why are they dictating to us where the electrons come from? I'm assuming they're not going to boycott our power because they need our power, regardless of how it's generated. So why are they calling the shots when we are the ones producing the power? There's no substitute for them because they're NIMBYs. They don't want to build a power plant in California. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do hydro because they'll kill some endangered snail. They're not going to build, they don't want windmills in their backyard because they want the windmills here because they don't want to look at them. So why are they calling the shots and why are they dictating energy policy to us when we're the ones producing that energy and we're selling it to them? They just need to buy it and be happy that they're being able to buy electricity. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
Yes.
Senator French.
I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I can follow that, but I agree with you. Does Rocky Mountain Power, where it looks like you're trending towards the renewables, do you produce any of the products in Wyoming, like or plan to, the windmill blades, the steel towers, the cables, the whatever for the transmission lines, whatever is involved in all of that? Is any of that produced in Wyoming or planned to be produced here?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Senator French, at this time, I believe none of those materials are produced in the state. And I'll have to do some follow-up if there are any plans to invest or if there are any plans for an entity to come to Wyoming. In one of my prior lives, in one of my prior positions, I visited a company in Germany who was manufacturing wind turbines and the blades and that type of thing, who had an interest in Wyoming because it made a lot of sense that they could cut down on their transportation costs if manufactured in Wyoming to get to other parts of this country. It was a great trip, but nothing ever resulted from that. But again, that is something, again, as I mentioned, when we work with the School of Energy Resources, the Wyoming Business Council, the possibility of landing some type of a manufacturing facility would be beneficial for our state, and I would agree with that.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm going to follow up on Chairman Beitman's question. You got an easy yes or no answer. Why, can you explain why we comply with the demands of others outside of our state for them dictating what kind of energy they want us to produce here? Can you explain why we bow to those demands? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, we're getting into a field that is more in the regulatory world, if I may, but operating in 6 states as Pacific Corp does. We do have a multi-state compact. When we're thinking about the costs that are associated with generating that power and what that means to the states that do receive our power. I'm going to punt a little bit here, if I may, Senator Ide, and if it would be acceptable, perhaps at the next meeting, I would bring in a person which much more knowledge about the in-depth discussions. That multi-state agreement has been around for a number of years. In fact, there are discussions going on at this time with respect to that agreement and the associated costs and that. But sir, with all due respect, I really cannot get into I shouldn't get into the details of that, but I'll follow up and get you some information if that's acceptable. Okay.
And in addition to that, would you be able to put together for the next meeting what it would look like if we were to get out of that compact? And because obviously you can voluntarily enter into it, I would assume you can voluntarily leave it as well and let them produce their own power based on unicorn farts and pixie dust or whatever else they want to produce their power from. So Senator French, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On these new transmission lines from these wind farms and solar, whatever, did you ever use eminent domain? If you could not come to terms with a landowner that you were crossing, did you use eminent domain and basically say tough noogies were coming through anyway?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Senator French, that's a good question. That's an easy one. No. Okay. Again, eminent domain is a very, very last resort, but again, it has not been utilized.
Mr. Kaysen, thank you very much.
Okay.
Really good information. Appreciate you being here today.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yeah.
to your earlier question to the co-ops with regards to a generation tax.
Yes.
Who gets it?
Yes.
To save you that. It's passed on to our customers if approved by the Regulatory Commission.
Okay.
It's a cost that would be borne by the utility. It would, I would make the fair assumption that it would be passed on to the customers.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I was going to ask.
So
you.
can I
Yeah,
ask-
co-chairman.
I think thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think maybe you'll come back up when we in public comment or whatever, but it's always it's been interesting, when we've had these discussions about generation taxes on wind particularly, but in this current bill was generation of all sources. But I mean, you operate in those 6 states. I mean, there's tax structures in those states that tax you differently than Wyoming, certainly. Income tax, gross receipts tax, generation taxes. I mean, Wyoming's got to be a great place to operate for you as far as low costs. And then all that, I guess my question with this interstate compact, do all these costs get spread to everybody? I mean, do we actually pay some of the taxes that are levied on Pacific Core in Utah and Idaho and Oregon and Washington, California? I mean, because you get taxed in those states differently, certainly, and at a higher rate, I would presume, particularly with a corporate income tax.
Right, so,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Corman, Mr. Co-Chairman, again, that multi-state compact, there are representatives from each there are representatives from each regulatory commission that sits on a team, if I may, and then, of course, representatives from our corporation. And they work through, and the analyses are conducted, that those costs that are experienced in each state, they bear those costs. And we heard the earlier term, or in earlier discussion, that the term subsidies. I think that is one thing that is, each state is protective of itself, that we're not paying for or subsidizing other states. And that's part of the agreement, as I understand that multi-state compact. But when we have a better explanation of that, that'll be part of the clarification as well, or update.
Because, Mr. Co-Chair, and I think, because certainly this 85% that's exported, these are facilities that are in Wyoming that are built. Those costs then get spread throughout the system though, right? It's not just Wyoming folks paying for all these facilities. So I guess we're going to need to learn kind of more about that. I get with this proposal, and I think some of our public comment will flesh it out a little bit, but I think it's something we're going to have to learn about as we look at this issue. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator McEwen?
I just want to ask one last question, make sure I understand what we're doing. We're discussing taxing the generation at the same time while it's being subsidized. Do you believe all that's going to do is cause the price of the electricity to go up? How can you tax a subsidized thing? Does that make sense? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, in an attempt to answer the question, please help me out in the subsidization part of that question, please.
The plants that are generating renewable energy are subsidized,
Okay.
and there's not a money tree where you go get subsidy money from. You have to dig in the pockets of everybody sitting behind you and in front of you, and probably your own pocket too. So now we're subsidizing it, and then we're going to turn around and tax it or talk about taxing it. We had a term in the Army for something like this. It's called a self-licking ice cream cone. We're taking money from people and then we're going to tax them some more. And I don't see how this doesn't make the cost of electricity start to get ridiculous. And I'd just like your opinion on that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. McEwen, thank you for the clarification on the subsidies, the tax credits provided by the federal government and what have you. So yes, depending on what that generation tax would be per megawatt, gross receipts, gross earnings, whatever it is, when it's produced, whatever the formula is, that's going to be taxed. So I think I do agree with you that that would be a tax on the subsidy that would come in there as well. And thank you for the flashback for the Army term, and there's more about mess kits too, as you may recall, sir. And we better quit there.
Okay,
On that.
yeah, Representative Byron, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. You mentioned that you're working on converting a few, it sounded like 5, if I follow the numbers right, of these current plants to natural gas, and then subsequently taking them right back offline in the next decade or decade and a half. So I guess a two-part question. One, what is the conversion cost to convert, these specific places, or roughly? And then maybe who's paying for that conversion cost. And then in addition, and I know you update that plan every 2 years, but it certainly seems like if that's a substantial cost, we should be pushing to potentially keep those online, especially if they benefit our state with with the natural gas aspect.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative Byron, the first portion of that, those conversion costs would be paid for by the corporation and eventually paid for by consumers or customers as a reasonable cost of doing business and, of course, approved by the Public Service Commission. I'm sorry, the second part again. Oh, keeping them online. Okay. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the IRP, the basis of that is what makes economic sense for our customers. And at this point in time, 2023, it makes economic sense what the projected costs of natural gas are to keep those online as long as we possibly can. When we do the IRP in 2025, things may change as well. And again, so we emphasize this is a plan. It's not set in concrete until it is filed and eventually approved by the Public Service Commission. Or possibly approved, not eventually.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate you. We'll see you next meeting.
Yes, sir.
All right, committee, our coffee cups are empty and our bladders are full. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break to rectify that situation? And we'll take a quick 10-minute break and be back here at 10:43. Thank you. Minutes. Let's try to get back in the saddle here and get caught up. What's that? 4 more on Zoom. All right, let's get back to it. Let's see, who do we have? Did you want to go real quick? Yeah, come on up and then I know Senator Case is on Zoom, waiting patiently. Senator Case, if you can hear me, hang tight. We're gonna go first to the room and then we'll hit Zoom. Please introduce yourself to the committee, Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Bush, representing Black Hills Energy today. My colleagues also presented, so I felt compelled to get up, give a quick overview of Black Hills Energy. So Black Hills, as many of you know, serves natural gas distribution to homes throughout quite a bit of Wyoming. But as some of you may not know, we also do electricity primarily in Cheyenne and also in Northeast Wyoming. Again, I like to always apologize when I'm in front of the committees for the blackout that happened this year during your session. Sorry.
It's all your
Although-
fault.
Yeah, it was a fun little experience to watch everybody start yelling from the floor to or projecting, not yelling, their voices during debate. Debate kept on. Legislature kept working. Anyways, we do serve electricity in Cheyenne. We have generation assets in Campbell County, approximately 435 megawatts of coal-fired generation. It's the Wyandotte plant. We're a 20% owner in that. We have the Neil Simpson complex. Many of you, if you've been east of Gillette, you've seen our coal mine, the Wyandotte coal mine. We dig coal out of the ground, put it on a conveyor belt, run it under I-90, and then use it in our Neil Simpson complex. That power generally goes to, we have one unit that, a couple of units that sends power to South Dakota, which is our primary electricity area, Western South Dakota, and then Cheyenne as well. So we do serve power over state lines. We are in 7 states, including a little southeast corner of Montana. Not very many customers up there, but we do have some up there. We have 180,000 customers in Wyoming, and that's, again, a majority of those are natural gas customers. 438 employees, and we have over 1,400 miles of electric system. So we do have quite a bit of transmission as well that we're run from our plants up north down to the Cheyenne area. Some of the questions that have come up, I think first to just kind of get it out of the way, the tax question. I usually equate that to a few years ago, I don't remember the year, President Trump passed a reduction in the corporate income tax. We were able to then credit customers for that tax that we had collected. And, the reduction went back to customers. The inverse would be true here. The taxes go up for us. We'll go to the Public Service Commission and basically ask to pass those on to customers. So, that's something that there's some nuance in how whatever bill you would potentially look at, how that may impact our operations. But that's sort of an easy way to look at it from our end. We do, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm skipping around trying to be fast so you guys don't get too behind. We do also have a wind project that we built outside of Cheyenne in 2021. I believe that went online. That was, it's 52.5 megawatts. It's on private land located west of Cheyenne. Majority of that, I believe 35-ish megawatts goes to South Dakota, customers there. 17.5-ish goes to Cheyenne. That was kind of a unique way we did that. That was customers that were asking for renewables, and rather than building their own, as we've talked about some net metering and some kind of self-generation, we worked with them to build that wind project primarily just for their use. So it didn't get rate-based to all of our other customers. Those customers that wanted that wind basically contracted with us for 25-year contracts to get it built. So it's just power for them. So a good way of looking at that. Some other quick updates project we've got a grant from the Wyoming Energy Authority. We're working on a coal to hydrogen project. Some of you, not sure who all was at the Energy Authority meeting in Cheyenne a couple of weeks ago, but we did a presentation there, doing another one at Minerals Committee in a couple of weeks in Rock Springs. But that is a project where we're taking some of our coal from Wyodak, send it off to Ohio State, and they're working on a coal project there to hopefully get that technology to a point where we can use that at a commercial scale. We're also looking at carbon capture. You all passed House Bill 200 in 2020. So we've 3 years into the implementation of that. We had our RFPs out, got our responses. We're working through that to see what possibilities there are there. So I think that's it. Just again, kind of a quick overview of Black Hills Energy and who we are, and serving electricity in Cheyenne and Northeast Wyoming. So with that, any questions?
Representative Bear has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Bush. Two questions, really. One is on this coal to hydrogen that you just mentioned. Are there any private industries involved with that research? And do they see this being a financially viable opportunity? And second question, I'm drawing a blank right now, so I'll just let you answer that one off.
Of course, Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear. Yeah, so the coal to hydrogen project, it is a grant that, like I said, we got from the Energy Authority. The project was kind of the idea of an engineering firm called Babcock and Wilcox, and they approached us with this idea, some research they'd done on it, and we're working to hopefully get it to a commercially viable stage. The research being done at Ohio State, I don't know all the details, but it's basically they're trying to get the process to a point where it can go commercial. So we're pretty proud and pretty happy to be doing that and continuing to put some work into that. And that really the point of that is to extend the life of coal. We have a resource with the Wyodak mine. We've got about another 45 or 50 years of usable coal there. It's also the longest operating surface mine in the country. So we're pretty happy to continue to use that and certainly want to continue to maximize that asset.
Okay.
Do you remember your other question?
Yeah, I was able to
Okay.
get my mind in order, but just a little bit of a follow-up on that, or at least a comment. You know, we've been talking all morning about how the federal administration is impacting the way we're having to go forward, how coal is being impeded and how other energy sources are being given preference. And so I guess my question about the hydrogen conversion would be, if it were not subsidized by the Department of Energy, would we even be looking at it? And you can answer that privately after the meeting. I'd just like to get your input on that. The other question I wanted to ask is, we have this bill draft, and it's about creating a taxation on energy generation. What I'm not seeing in here is any method to give relief to Wyoming citizens who are buying your energy. So my question is, would you be able to, as you would pay this tax on an annual basis as it's presented, would you be able to differentiate how much of your energy is produced and then exported out of the state? And therefore, if the state were to give you a tax exemption, if you will, for energy that's sold here in the state of Wyoming, would you be able to do that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, on that question, I think so. That would be something that our regulatory team and our tax folks could certainly work through. And I'm sure the Public Service Commission and the Office of Consumer Advocate as well, since we are a regulated utility. But rough math, I don't have the exact numbers. I should, but I'm sorry, I don't. Probably about 50% of our power stays in the state, comes from Campbell County down to Cheyenne. And then, like I said, we do ship some to South Dakota. So I would think there would be a way to track that. but I hate to speak for my tax and regulatory team. They're probably shooting daggers at me through the computer screen right now, but yes, sir, I think so. And with your other question, and if I understood it right about the federal side of the subsidies, so part of what we're looking at overall as a company is working through the regulatory stipulations that are put on us at a state and federal level. As has been mentioned, the EPA has air quality rules that impact us. States have different rules. House Bill 200 is a Wyoming law that we're working through, completely opposite of our operations in Colorado, which they're going in a completely different direction. So as a company, much like I think the co-ops and Mr. Kaysen has mentioned with Rocky Mountain Pacific Corp, we're trying to balance working in several different states and the needs of our customers as dictated by regulatory legislative bodies and all levels of government. So we're trying our best to kind of thread that needle, and 45Q is a term that gets thrown out quite a bit. That's a federal tax law that benefits for carbon capture and helps to kind of defray some of the costs. That is one piece that is we found has been very prohibitive, is the cost of some of this technology and getting it onto a power plant, and who pays for it and how we monetize those tax credits to help pay for the continued operation under whether it's federal EPA guidelines, House Bill 200 stipulations. All of that is ongoing, and we're working as hard as we can to make it work and continue to provide low cost, reliable power to our customers.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you. Question relating to your hydrogen or to your cold hydrogen conversion. I know you got a grant to do that. Has your company looked at also a coal to ammonia conversion? I know others have. And if not, is it because there weren't grants available for that, or?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, that's a great question. I don't know if we have. I could certainly reach out to our generation and engineering team and see what else they've looked at, and if they haven't, why. A lot of times, because we're a smaller utility with smaller generation units, some of the technology just doesn't fit within our wheelhouse. So that's kind of where the traditional carbon capture that we've seen in other parts of the country. Part of the issue for us is some of that doesn't fit with our 100 megawatt units. We lose about 40% of our load, our capacity at that point. So there's some issues we're working through on some of the technology, but we're open to looking at whatever may be viable. If there's federal, state, whomever grants, great. If not, we might still look at it anyways, but we also have to be prudent with our dollars. Certainly with ratepayer dollars, we're not going to go off on a R&D hunt to try to find something with ratepayer dollars. So.
Any more questions for Mr. Bush and Black Hills? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate you
Chairman.
being here. Okay, Senator Case, I see you up there on the screen. You ready to go?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am ready to
You
go.
might be
and
on mute, sir.
Is that working now?
Maybe.
Can you hear
Still
me?
can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
We see your lips moving, but yeah, the closed captioning is picking up what you're saying, but the audio is not coming through our speakers. So
It's Mr. Chairman, I think that might be a problem on your end. I'm definitely unmuted, but I have made that
I
mistake
think
before.
it is on our end. You're unmuted. That is true.
I can do sign language. So if I can.
Okay, well, while we're working on your technical difficulties, even though they may be ours, let us try going to the next online would be Abby and Bob with Holland and Hart. Are Abby and Bob, are you on Zoom, and are we able to hear you? Okay.
Hi, good morning. This is Abby Bergerman. Can you hear me?
Okay. No, Abby, we can't hear you, but I can read the closed captioning on the screen there, but that's going to be an issue.
Okay, I can hear Senator Case.
And I can hear Abby.
Always on YouTube. We can hear him on YouTube.
I guess they can hear you on YouTube. We can't hear you in the room. So I see our technical guy frantically pulling wires and doing stuff. So we're going to try and get this fixed. Okay. Senator Case, give us a test.
How we doing?
Hey, we hear you. Welcome,
Uh,
Senator Case, to Revenue, your former hangout.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. And it's good to see some familiar faces and even a familiar co-chair or two. So I'm grateful to be here, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very quick. For purpose of background, LSO, I think, shared with you a presentation I made on this topic at a bit earlier time. I've got a couple of points to make. The number one thing I would leave with you today is that we already tax electricity. We do so in a very big way. And if you permit me to talk with some use of some virtual slides, just to work with me in your mind a little bit, think of a picture of Wyoming and think how electricity is produced in Wyoming. Traditionally, we'll call the first slide the traditional slide. It's based mostly with coal-fired power plants, but also there's a network of coal mines that produce significant amounts of coal that is exported out of state to coal power plants all across the United States. And the Wyoming coal, there's a very small exception, but all the Powder River coal, Mr. Chairman, is used to produce electricity one way or another, in-state or out of state. We also have some other mentioned mine mouth local coal also used to produce electricity. And typically this was north of 80% of the electricity production in Wyoming used that coal. And also a very large amount of our nation's energy when coal plants all across the country use that coal and still do to this day. But that is changing. Now we look what a slide would look at that would have up what the transitional piece is. And right now it's still largely dominated by coal. We have quite a bit of natural gas too. But natural gas, electricity doesn't necessarily have to happen in Wyoming. We can export natural gas for electricity production elsewhere. Plants not so many plants have closed down, but a lot of plants are scheduled to close down, and some have already closed down throughout the country that use that coal. So our tax revenues that have been derived from that coal, and I'm talking about the ad valorem and the severance tax, which makes up about 12% of the value of that coal, and a similar level of taxation on natural gas used for all things, including producing electricity. That, in our second slide, as we look at the transition, is beginning to fall. And when we look in there, we see a lot of wind. We see a small, very small amount of solar now. And that's the status of Wyoming now. It's still mostly driven by coal. But the future, Mr. Chairman, is not a coal-based future. And so it's a very mixed future that's going to include the nuclear plant you mentioned earlier, and I hope a lot more nuclear plants. It's going to include a lot more wind, a huge amount more wind. I think you saw, I'm sure you saw that there was a groundbreaking on the new transmission line that's going to allow for vast new wind to be developed in Wyoming, some of which has been in the work for over 10 years. We also beginning to see more and more solar projects as we move from our first project, which was in Sweetwater County, to other projects. There are folks talking about other types of generation and battery storage facilities. We're going to see, I hope we see some development of geothermal. We are talking about pumped hydro, but I don't know, they'll take a long time to permit, but our future would, here's what the future will be: zero coal, and everything else. There'll be some natural gas, and there'll be a combination of other things. If I'm wrong about the economics of sequestration, then we'll still have a little bit of coal being burned with a sequestration partnership. But I have a heavy doubt about that. And I'm not sure that that's going to apply nationwide. And if we go back to our first slide that showed that network of rail lines with all those coal trains going out, certainly those will all be gone. So the fact that we already tax electricity and tax customers within Wyoming and all the exported electricity from Wyoming and all the Wyoming fueled coal plants in other states and Wyoming fueled natural gas plants in other states, that's going to be under risk, especially on the coal side. So, Mr. Chairman, a gross receipts tax would make a lot of sense in the fact that it would allow for us to look at how Wyoming's supply picture will be changing and to give us the tax revenues into the future. And if we think about the characteristics of the new forms of generation that right now don't have a heavy tax burden or don't have any tax burden at all, except for possibly property tax, and some have a sales tax, but not a large sustainable tax, Mr. Chairman. As we think about that mix changing over time, and the fact that those new generation sources will use vast amounts of Wyoming landscape and forego other uses for that landscape. And, and we got to think about, will they be contributing to building schools in the future, building roads? We built all our schools in Wyoming on revenues from coal. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we should just take a second too and think about how the demand is changing, the electricity demand. If in Rocky Mountain Power Territory, we already export 85%, that's likely going to continue. But the makeup of that power is going to change, of course, as it shifts more towards renewables, driven by the demand of other states, all of which own more of the power company than we do. They own 85%, we own 15%. When we sit at the table, we're not very good at being able to negotiate what the future of the company looks like. There's also the problem that the federal government's on their side, and environmental concerns put the thumb on their scale. So, Mr. Chairman, we're also seeing on the demand side people locating heavy changes in how electricity is used. I think you mentioned earlier, I heard you mention one very significant one is about the charging of electric vehicle batteries. That's going to have a huge impact as we go forward. Huge impact on the electricity. It's going to be costly because people don't want to charge their batteries from solar sources because they need their cars during the day. The wind is kind of intermittent to depend on it to charge batteries for transportation, on and on and on. We're also seeing new demand for electricity. I think Mr. Bush mentioned a very interesting one where someone wants to use electricity for data production and data management and wants to buy for their source renewable power, and that they've actually built wind facilities dedicated to that use. We're going to see a lot more of that. We're seeing Bitcoin miners who use as much power as entire cities, and they don't really care where their electricity comes from, but it's an enormous new use on our grid that we haven't figured out. We're, the future of how electricity satisfies the demands comes down to some big changes in the Wyoming landscape, and we're not prepared for it. And as it happens, whether we like it or not, I know that people in the room love coal. I know I love our big coal-fired power plants. I'll tell you why, because they're really good for the reliability of the network to have these gigantic spinning magnets in the system. But it's not our future. Even under the best plans, for example, the integrated resource plans of Rocky Mountain Power, they are going away. The natural gas changes will be less. They apply to a fraction of the plants. Just to put things in perspective, the new nuclear power plant is 1/4 when it's operating at its maximum, relying on the stored heat and the molten salts. It will have 1/4 of the capacity of the Jim Butcher plant. So we have to be prepared for these changes, but we can do it in a way that's good for Wyoming and actually continues what we've been doing in the past, which is largely to export our tax burden to people in other states. We mentioned 85% of Rocky Mountain Power territory power is exported, more than 50% probably for Black Hills. So those are chances for people in other states to pay our taxes going forward, as they have since the severance tax was passed back and implemented mostly in the 1970s. So, Mr. Chairman, what the bill proposes, and the bill's written as a tax on megawatt hour production, and that's not the way to go. And that's the way to go is with respect to gross receipts. But the most important piece of that bill is the fact that you allow for a credit, a full-on credit against other taxes paid, including severance. So that means that the people and technologies that are already contributing very heavily to Wyoming's tax structure will be recognized for that contribution, and some of that burden will be shifted to sources that do not contribute to that situation. And Mr. Chairman, it opens up the possibility of entities to make choices. So, for example, Mr. Bush talked about a company manipulating data that would like to use green power. That's pretty consistent with the reputable big data operations like Microsoft. They pay extra for power that's mostly green. But Wyoming is unique in that we have, I want to talk about the rate structure for just a second. I want to come back to this point. In Wyoming, we have the largest industrial load compared to our residential load of anyone in the country. When I was at the Commerce Commission in Illinois, our industrial load was about 20% of the electricity load. Here in Wyoming, in Rocky Mountain Power territory, it's like 74% industrial load. Now, industrial customers have a lot of choices, and we can help them to avoid this tax burden. And the reason is because they would be able to select, just like Microsoft can pick green energy, they can select combinations of energy production that may have more taxes already, so that they wouldn't have to incur more taxes for their production. If you're following me, it would allow them to escape the burden of this tax. And that would be a good thing. Residential customers, when you look at the numbers, residential customers, if you look at the universe of Wyoming electricity production for Rocky Mountain Power territory, residential and small commercial customers only account for about 4% of the electricity that's produced. That's an astounding low number, 4%. So if proportionally they had the same tax burden as any other customers, they'd only have about 4% of the tax. And when you look at the numbers and compare them and look at the tax productions, it's a very de minimis amount of increase in their bills. And then if you combine that with the fact that industrial customers, which make up the bulk of the electricity usage in Wyoming, can avoid the tax largely by choosing their electricity sources wisely, then we have almost a holy grail that allows us to export the tax burdens and provide for Wyoming's future security and fund universities, roads, healthcare, and schools on a going forward basis, largely by exporting the tax burden. I leave it to you to look further and look at the numbers. I'd be happy to help with that. I've had the privilege in my world to be involved in the electric utility industry for a long, long time. I think it's a great industry. I've always been very proud of the people that keep the lights on and make this energy network so great. And I'd like to keep that around. And I'd like to recognize Wyoming's contribution in that effort, both now but also most importantly, perhaps in the next 50 years. So I hope you take a serious look at this. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Case. Questions? Representative Bear has a question for you. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Case, for being here and presenting this. I'm going to make a bit of a statement, and then I'll ask my questions. I got a couple of them. I do agree with you. I think this is a good direction to go as far as taxing production, and maybe it is the receipts is a better way. And I think it's a discussion we need to have here. My purposes are probably a little different than yours. I would like to tax this in order to, as you say, shift the burden outside of the state, but to manipulate exactly what we're going to be able to use to produce that electricity, because money does tend to drive a lot of behavior. And maybe the state of Wyoming can start using taxation the same way the federal government uses subsidies to determine how we're going to produce power. But you use some assumptive language here, specifically about these trains that are taking our coal out of the state and future production or the future of coal. And I'm going to push back on that a little bit, and I'll use a little bit of anecdotal evidence. We can look at Germany right now. Things changed because of the war in Ukraine and their ability to purchase gas. I don't think you or I can predict the future for natural gas, probably not even for nuclear. So having said that, I think there is a future for coal, and we can differ on that. But don't you believe that it's important for the state of Wyoming to make every effort to protect that coal while we can? That would be my first question. Second question has to do with your comments about 4% of the production goes to residential. And that is very, very low. And it's very difficult for that 4% to be dictatorial of how we do things. But it is incumbent upon us as representatives of the people of Wyoming, I believe, to keep their costs low and protect them from our own tax policies. So in that, I ask you, may have heard me earlier ask, is it possible to give an exemption for customers in Wyoming? Because I do believe that this is how the American dream is powered. Low energy cost allows entrepreneurs to create new businesses and new opportunities. And we're always looking for that here in Wyoming. And it is the American dream. So I guess with that, I would ask, do you believe it's prudent for us to look for ways to reduce the tax burden, particularly on Wyoming customers? Thank you.
Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you, Representative Bear. Those are excellent questions. The questions I've thought about a lot. And I certainly concur with you about the experience of Germany. They, they've been scrambling to get plants back online that they've taken off. And they have spent, that's actually not a new thing. It's been happening for a few years now, but the Ukrainian situation has just tipped the scales crazily throughout the world. And I think, I hope that in the US we're doing some of the similar thinking. that maybe we have progressed so fast and maybe we ought to think about slowing down coal retirements and think about keeping base load power. And so I actually agree with you. I have a lot of confidence in this technology. It's built and supplied the country for so long and supplied the world. And it's a proven technology. Just ask India and China. They're building coal plants right now and lots of them because it is so proven and works so well. But I come to it's inescapable to me about some of these politics that we have in this country. And it's a very divisive politics right now. And the partners that we have that share our ownership with this company called Rocky Mountain Power, for example, they might acknowledge that that this has happened in Germany and that there are transitory issues. But I think in the end, they say, well, that just means we have to double down. We need to now invest in batteries or we need pumped hydro. And we just have to spend a lot more money to try to get there because the climate crisis is so intense and so severe and so looming that we have to do something about it. And we have to do it at all expense. And so that's why I do see the short term, coal use went up last year. And I see all this in the short term, but I don't see major changes in the long term with respect to the politics of this. But supposing that I'm wrong and you're right, or I'm right and you're wrong about what happens in the long term, it doesn't matter. If we get off of thinking that the coal taxation is the only thing and begin to tax the new structure of electricity as it's produced, but through a gross receipts mechanism. And really, remember, coal tax is ad valorem right now. It's already gross receipts, okay? So that then we are prepared for the future, whether your scenario plays out or my scenario plays out. And I suspect we're not that far apart at the heart of it. And I admire you for that. But I think we should put the gross receipts tax on and then work on the coal problem all the way through. And I actually believe that if you want to reduce CO2 in the earth, we need emissions trading again. We need a lot of reforestation policies. That's much more cheaper than trying to sequester coal. But either way, I'm just saying let's adopt a tax structure that's neutral with respect to that. With regards to those wonderful residential customers that we have that would pay the 4% potentially, I invite you to take a look at the projections from the LSO based on the amount. It's really a de minimis amount of money with respect to electric utility rates. Yes, it is an increase. That's inescapable. But these utilities right now are down at the Public Service Commission. Rocky Mountain Power is asking for a 20% increase on residential and upon our industrial customers. And other increases are in their works. And you know what they're blaming the increase on? They're blaming it on gas and coal costs. They're not blaming it on the great dramatic changes that we've made in the industry. They're just everything bad that's happening is coal's fault and gas's fault. Anything good happening, it's all about renewables. And that's just not realistic because it's very expensive to integrate these renewables in the system. But you are absolutely right. There are other ways that we benefit Wyoming's residential people. The individual property owners in Wyoming have some of the lowest tax burden in the United States of America. Wyoming's tax structure is heavily leaned towards the mineral industry, which also benefits all of us. Enjoy lots of high levels of government, maybe too much government, but we do so at the benefit of the mineral industry, and we're not paying the freight. So having a little bit of skin in the game might be okay. And it might fix the problem that I don't think the committee's thinking about. And the fact is that we can't impose taxes on stuff that leaves the state without putting on stuff that stays in the state. That's the Commerce Clause. That's kind of the basic. We can't say if this electron goes to Oregon, we're going to tax it, but if it stays in Wyoming, we're not. We just can't do that. I think you can try to figure ways around that, but we're stuck with that. the credit idea that I came up with is the closest we can get that could be absolutely legal. And I'm so sorry. I'm trying to think of your further question. You had one more question in there, sir, and I apologize. Would you mind repeating?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just clarify, again, we're using assumptive language when we talk about a climate crisis. And I really think that this state and this legislature needs to push back on that particular language and not go along with it. But you just mentioned that, we have a difficulty providing these reductions. You've said that our residential customers, they've got other low cost taxation, so they should be fine with this increase. I'm saying that it's low energy cost that allows entrepreneurs to get into industry and create the American dream. But right now, other states are dictating our power costs in this state, and they're dictating it with their policies. So if their policies are dictating it, and we've tried within this body to change the direction of the Public Service Commission as far as shutdowns of these power plants that produce low cost energy, and we have not been successful. So my question is, if we're going to allow these other states to dictate the cost of our electricity here within the state of Wyoming, shouldn't we use this taxation policy that you're proposing to then push back on them and create a cost to them that we can then send that money back to our constituents to make up for the treatment that we're getting from these other states? That's my question.
Senator Case.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for being a little slow on the first time. Well, I kind of think that's what this proposal would do, because it brings in gross receipts to the state of Wyoming from all sources, and then we get to decide how we spend that money. This legislative body gets to decide that, and that's fully appropriate. I can't settle the questions about climate change, about what the technology is going to be in the future, and how this is all going to play out. There's just a couple of things I know. The first one is that Wyoming can't go it alone. We can't just say, well, to heck with it, we're going to do it here. We're going to take over the coal plants and just use it to produce cheap energy here in Wyoming. Because frankly, we're not big enough to even handle one coal plant and do it efficiently. And we'd never be able to do it because of environmental policies and other obstacles. It's not the state PSC that's shutting down our coal plants. It's not the State Department of Environmental Quality, although they are enforcing primacy, but it's national policy. And it's because those plants serve customers. Remember, we have a electric utility stand, and for Rocky Mountain Power's case, we're only serving our hometown with 15% of what our assets are. 85% of those assets belong to other people, and they're telling us they don't want the coal anymore. And I can't fix that. Nobody can fix that alone. Maybe there'll be possibilities of fixing that. But if we adopt a flexible tax structure that allows us to handle the changing mix over time, I think Representative Barrett, you and I could both agree that that would be better for the state in the long run. And then I agree with you. We could use those revenues as we see fit. I think we've done a very good job of creating a good climate for our citizens, and we could certainly continue to do so. We're going to need industry in Wyoming. We better take care of them too. That's why the idea of giving them the ability to choose their power mix is a good one too. I really appreciate your questions. They're good ones.
Co-Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if it's Senator Case today or Dr. Case. Where did you get your PhD, and what did you get that in, just for our edification?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. So I'm a Wyoming boy, and I went to the University of Wyoming, sir. I just my plan was to get a economics degree and go to law school. Then I loved economics, decided to get a master's degree. Then and I never did get the master's degree because they came around and they said, hey, we'll pay you to get a PhD if you'll join our program. And at the time, it was the most astounding new young natural resource program in the country. And I partnered that with my second research field to be public utility economics, which was taught by this astounding professor named Curtis Kramer over there, and some other folks as well. So my PhD, I didn't finish it in Wyoming. I got it from Wyoming, but I finished it in Illinois when I was working for the Illinois Commerce Commission. And I got to be their policy director, and I finished my my doctorate at that time. So my PhD is in natural resource and public utility economics.
Well, that's interesting. Appreciate it. I've never heard that whole story. I knew you had that, but I didn't know the whole. I just a couple of things. I think Wyoming, we are really experts at exporting our tax burden to other states. I mean, we are number one, I think, maybe Alaska, but we are. Would you agree with that? I mean, we have done a great job through the severance and ad valorem on minerals to export the tax burden to out-of-staters. And really, we do it with our other taxes as well, but would you agree on that? I mean,
Senator
You
Gates?
know, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I would agree. And I think we've done a lot better than other resource blessed places around the world. With few exceptions, most people have blown the money that they got, or they didn't tax it appropriately and didn't put it away. We managed to figure out that, yes, we are a colonial extractive economy and have been for a long time, and that we need to tax what we export or at what we produce. And because of our fact that we have this colonial nature that, coal is mined here, but most of it benefits the rest of the country. Trona is mined here. Most of it benefits the other country. Oil and gas mined here, on and on and on. And as we move forward, wind is going to be produced here. Solar is going to be produced here, pumped hydro, and et cetera, that we need. If we tax those things appropriately, we shift that burden to the people that actually buy them. So we take the colonial model and we say, we know that we kind of are a colony for the rest of the country, but we're going to stand up and get some money for it and use it wisely. That's the most important thing that Wyoming, I think, has done. And compared to other places around the country or around the world where they've blown it, we've done great.
okay, and just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Dr. Case, I like calling you that. It's kind of neat. But it's kind of ironic that the EPA, the Clean Air Act, when it was all started in the early 70s, that's what built Wyoming coal. And then when Governor Hathaway got on the plane and recruited it here instead of Montana, that has less overburden. But it's just such an irony that now all these years later, 50 years later, it's those same environmental kind of rules and laws that are putting the pin. Wyoming coal was nothing, and it replaced Appalachian coal. It's the cleanest coal in the world. That's why, I started that coal port litigation fund when I was the Probst chair to try to export Wyoming coal. We could clean up the world, as you said, plant trees and burn Wyoming coal in China and India would clean up the world immediately. But so this EPA thing, and you just look in Wyoming, I mean, I don't know, was it 14 or 15? We had the highest coal production, 480 million tons. We were on the verge of 500 million tons because we just been growing by 100 million every decade. And it crashed. I mean, we were almost under 200 million in a couple of short years. And we've had, thankfully, a little rebound now. And I think if we, we're sitting there at 230 million tons, we've had a rebound in the price, thankfully. But I think all of us kind of hope that somehow we're going to come out of this nonsense and realize, I mean, the blessings we have in this country with 400 years of coal in Wyoming to power our nation, but I don't know. And so, we're going to hold on to this thing. I hear you, but I think the interesting part about your proposal, it holds on to that, but it gives you a credit for those taxes that have already built the state, right? They pay for half our state. And then when you count the permanent mineral trust fund, the legacy minerals, that, we're up to 80% of our state's paid for every year with the mineral industry. And so it's really, we got to somehow hold on to that. But I think this credit piece is interesting. So I guess where I'm taking this is then other states in this area, these 6 other states or 5 other states, are they tax? I mean, Utah has a gross receipts tax, don't they? On corporations like these? Does Rocky Mountain Power pay corporate income tax in Oregon, California, Washington, Idaho, and Utah? I guess that's my question. What are these other states? Similar? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. And Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you. If I could just briefly comment on your preface about how we have the cleanest, best coal in the world, and it's absolutely true. It was the acid rain policies that allowed for our coal, which is low sulfur, to penetrate markets all the way almost to the East Coast. And when I transitioned from Wyoming to Illinois and was working for the Utility Commission, they were mad as hornets about Wyoming coal because they wanted to use Illinois coal, and it was high sulfur coal. And I was very proud that the world was changing and they were moving towards Wyoming coal. The other thing about Wyoming coal and our minerals is it's safely produced. Worker fatalities, worker environment, worker pay. Those good workers, they raise families, they pay taxes, they have a lifetime career, and it's a good career. It's not like some of the jobs in some of the other power producing industries. I mean, these are substantial jobs. It's not like jobs in China with coal or even in India where they're building more coal plants. I've heard the number of one plant a week in China. That's an astounding number, and here we are, we're here. But with respect to what other states' tax policies are, with respect to all utility, we have looked at that in this committee, and the LSO has some of that information. Surprisingly, like, for example, I've always been charged with trying to tax wind, and we're the only state that taxes wind. Well, that's just not true at all. And when you look at states that tax income, gross receipts, they have other fees, and some have production fees on electricity. And your LSO has already produced that analysis. Mr. Temke can provide it for you. It might need a little updating, but indeed, you find that these utilities are heavily taxed in other states, and they do not pay an income tax in Wyoming, and they do in other states. When you gets a little murky is down to the level of the independent power producers, because they don't have any income. Their whole business model is a lot based upon tax credits and things like that don't come in under the income tax model. So, but yet they're making money and they're selling those tax credits. And a lot of people argue about where they go. And they also get the subsidies from the U.S. government. I'm very happy, in response to an earlier question, I think from Senator McEwen, if the federal government's going to subsidize something that maybe doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's going to cause us a lot of impact, I'm happy to claw back a little bit of that subsidy for the people of Wyoming, because this is where the impact of that resource development is. But you're absolutely right, Mr. Co-Chairman. Lots of taxes paid by electric production in other states. Just look into it.
Just finally, Mr. Chairman, just for the committee, we received your PowerPoint yesterday, and I know we get a lot of emails every day, but it was just before noon, like at 11:50. If members are want to spend some time on that, appreciate you sharing that with us. It's very interesting. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for the good doctor, the good senator, whatever we want to call our friend Senator Case, Mr. Chairman as well, man with many hats.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for letting me be here. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to thank the Albany County or the Uinta County Assessor's Office I'm on my way to Salt Lake and they're letting me hang out here today and they've been so gracious. So Assessor Perkins and her staff, thank you. That's probably tax appeal files back there. I hope not. I'm not saying that. I'm just making a joke and it was a stupid one. But anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for letting me
You're
participate.
welcome. Yeah, being a PhD, I thought maybe you were going to read all those because that's what you guys do. But okay, well, thanks for your time today, sir. We'll see you soon.
Take care.
Okay, anybody else in the room? Let's take public comment from the room. Go up, come up, grab the chairs. We'll take you one at a time and then we'll go back to the Zoom to wrap this up and we'll probably have to do lunch and then come back to sales tax after lunch. So we'll defer to the good Representative Pendergraft and then move on down the line. Please introduce yourself and give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Ken Pendergraft. I am the local representative for HD 29. First of all, let me begin by thanking this group and Dr. Senator Case. I came here to learn. And certainly I was exposed to a tremendous amount of information, and I'm glad that I was here to hear everything that was said. I come this morning kind of representing a number of freshman legislators with a very conservative bent, and we have a particular way of thinking, and I would like to lay that out briefly for you. And then I would invite you to come to me independently. And if I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong or build on this. But because I do have a vote in this ultimately, I want to understand if my thinking is correct or if I'm not seeing something. So that's enough of a preface. Obviously, conservatives dislike taxation, but we acknowledge that it is necessary. We have essential services that we must provide for, and you can't have a government, and we need a government without some taxation. That said, any taxation, I believe, must be as fair and equitable as possible. And so how do we define those things? Any subsidies or exceptions to taxation, in my view, lead to ultimately to a redistribution of wealth and our government picking winners and looters. And this invites corruption in my mind. I would be at this point for a taxation on the production of wind electricity, simply because it makes it fair across the board. Everybody gets taxed. If we tax wind, and we haven't been before, and I'll address the subsidy concept in just a moment, because I love the self-licking ice cream analogy. If we add a tax, my view, it needs to be compensated or offset by a reduction in other taxes so that we have a net zero there, so that we're not giving ourselves just more money to go waste. It is very difficult for a conservative to vote for a tax. I swear I would never do it. And so to me, the only way that I could accept this is if there was a differentiation or an offset in tax. And so I've been thinking about this for quite a while, because it was brought to me before the last session. Would you consider running a bill on this? So I had to think of quite a bit about it. I ultimately opted out because frankly, I didn't think I knew enough about it. Maybe a surprise to some of you. I want to go to subsidies for a second, because a subsidy is a tax. And so in that way, wind power is already taxed. But it's a sneaky tax. And it's an unfair tax, because instead of the consumers paying for it, everybody pays for it. And I have an underlying principle that in my mind, no man's entitled to the fruit of another man's labor. One man, if he wants to give away that fruit, and many of us are very generous, will do that. But I don't think that it's right to be held hostage and have that extracted beyond our will. So we have this subsidy where it dilutes the tax base, which on the surface sounds fair, because you take the burden and spread it out over a broader base. But then what happens is others are paying for my consumption. Now, I say that realizing that I grew up here in Wyoming. 4 generations of us grew up here in Wyoming. And I've heard us called freeloaders because we have exported our tax burden on other states. These all bring up quite a conundrum to the mind, something to tease the mind and think about. I prefer a direct, transparent, equal tax whenever it's possible. I would lean towards reducing subsidies. I don't like subsidies at all. That's government picking winners and losers. And I think if a business is a viable business, it will stand on its own. If it's not, it shouldn't be there. Now, I realize there are idealistic reasons to keep some things in business that maybe shouldn't. But where I stand now is I would prefer a direct, transparent. I would reduce or eliminate subsidies in any way that I could. And I would have a direct tax so that the people that are using the energy would be paying for that. And when they discover how expensive wind power is, and it may not even be feasible, I don't think it is, then we're on a better track. I would stand for any questions and obviously invite any of you to meet with me at any time.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Representative. Just a couple of things. You mentioned that you would prefer transparent taxation and not having subsidies, but the subsidies that we see, many are coming from the federal government, which we have little to no input on. Do you have an angst about us using tax policy here in the state of Wyoming to offset those federal government activities? And I have a second question. I'll let you answer that one first, but my second question will have to do with Senator Case's proposal of a gross receipts tax.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear. That is a moral dilemma, is it not? Do we fight fire with fire? And I'm inclined to be a little bit of a fighter. Some of you know that. And so I would say I don't particularly have an angst in us devising a way to take care of our own.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick follow-up. It was proposed today from Senator Case that we look at this more as a gross receipts tax. As I think about that, I have concerns that these power generation corporations that would be taxed on their gross receipts are in fact corporations. And do you have a concern that this would lead to a corporate income tax? And as we've seen in other states, corporate income taxes rarely meet the revenue needs of a state, and then it eventually leads to an income tax. Can you tell me how concerned you are about that?
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bear, I'm very concerned about that. I don't believe you can tax a corporation. Any tax given to a business is immediately passed on to the customers of that business. And so that then becomes a corporate tax, becomes a sneaky tax, a less transparent tax.
Okay. Any questions down here? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Pendergraft. Okay, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Chris Brown representing Powering Up Wyoming. We support renewable energy alongside our legacy industries of coal, oil, and gas. And Wyoming, as we all know, is extremely fortunate to be an energy state. Energy is our business. In speaking, Mr. Chairman, to your comment earlier about why are we pandering to other states that demand certain energy? They're our customers, and our customers want a diverse portfolio of energy. Mr. Chairman, my biggest concern with a tax on electricity is that it will make Wyoming less competitive in the space which we currently dominate. Energy is our #1 industry. And if we are less competitive with our other states, the amount of electricity that we sell will continue to be reduced. We aren't the only state that generates and sells electricity. If we were, we could demand and say, this is how we're doing it and buy it or not. We can do that, but at the risk of other states out competing us. Mr. Chairman, information gleaned from the U.S. Energy Information Administration shows us that from 2018 to 2021, Wyoming exported 5% fewer megawatt hours of electricity than it did in 1990. And that's due at least in part because states surrounding us are growing their load. They're growing their megawatt supply. New Mexico's has grown 22%. Utah's 31%, North Dakota 68%, South Dakota 144%. There's no question, Mr. Chairman, that the policies and the dialogue coming from the federal administration harm Wyoming and hurt our core industries that have built this state. But I feel like we're approaching the conversation the wrong way. The federal government is saying right now, renewables, not coal, oil, and gas. Wyoming is naturally taking a defensive position, and rightfully so, saying no, coal, oil, and gas, not renewables. Our position, Mr. Chairman, is that we need to stop this cycle of every single meeting arguing the merits of both sides and talk about how does Wyoming stay relevant and in business? How do we keep energy our #1 industry in the state? And from our perspective, Mr. Chairman, it's embracing all of the energy resources that Wyoming is so fortunate to be blessed with, and finding a way to stay competitive as the conditions and the demand outside of our borders, which we don't control, continues to evolve. Mr. Chairman, I want to speak a little bit. There's been a lot of talk about subsidies, and unfortunately, whether we like or dislike subsidies on renewable energy, they come from the federal government and they apply to all the states. And so if we speak to that through legislation here at the state level, we are only putting Wyoming at a less competitive position than the states that I just mentioned and the other surrounding states that sell electricity. And so we cannot like that all we want, but it would only harm Wyoming by speaking to that at the state level. Mr. Chairman, I want to just give a really quick anecdote to close my comments. Some of you know me from my hospitality background. I worked in the restaurant industry for 20 years, and I ran a restaurant in Cheyenne and for 10 years. And 3 or 4 years into running our restaurant, corporate changed the signature drink that we sold. It was rum-based, and they changed it to a vodka-based drink. And I couldn't believe the drink we were known for, we were changing it significantly. It turned out it was the right decision. That's what the customers wanted. And so the drink didn't just stay relevant, we sold more of it. My wife and I, now 22 years after we had opened that restaurant, my wife and I ate there on Father's Day. And the same core steaks that were the foundation of our sales were still there, and they were awesome. But the menu had changed and evolved to speak to the demand of the customer base. And so it doesn't matter whether we're talking about restaurants, energy, any business that wants to stay relevant adapts to the demand of its customers outside of its 4 walls and is conscientious to price point and providing what the customer wants. And so again, we support renewable energy as part of all of the above with all of our legacy industries. A key point I didn't make about subsidies, Mr. Chairman, is that same subsidy we've been talking about, CCUS benefits from it also. And I hope we take advantage of that and continue to advance that technology as well to help prop up our core industries. So the point of my testimony, Mr. Chairman, isn't to try to sell one over the other. It's to hopefully try to shift this dialogue a little bit into Wyoming staying relevant as an energy leader, keeping our business viable, and not subscribing to this terrible rhetoric that's coming from the federal government of one over the other, because I don't feel like we benefit from that, Mr. Chairman. With that, I appreciate the time and I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Your testimony is a little bit target rich for subsidies. You're talking a lot about that, and just reminds me of an old saying on how did you go broke? Two ways, very slowly, and then all of a sudden. I think that's where we are with government subsidies. I mean, it's just a slow bleed of we've got a federal government that's insolvent. I mean, we got $32 trillion in debt. We've got another 100+ unfunded liabilities. So when we talk subsidies, it's effectively money created out of thin air, which causes inflation, deficit spending. And we're all paying twice for a cheeseburger now than we were, 3 years ago. And I think, the American way is you decide a business in the market. You talk about your customers will go to the best product and the cheapest product, the least expensive product. And subsidies cause disruption in the free market. Totally. I mean, it's just, you can't have price discovery when you're throwing, counterfeit money into the free market effectively. So, a lot of it's ideological, or, you're saying our customers, we got to adapt to our customers. Until the house of cards fall, they will change their ways. We had the testimony about Germany before. It looks like, Senator Case made those comments as well, that we gotta, maybe coal is going to be irrelevant a year from now, 2 years from now. I mean, I was in the oil and gas industry 30 years ago, and they said that we wouldn't be on oil and gas energy in 10 years. I mean, we're still there. So I don't like the argument that you make that we need to adapt to our customers. If our customers are adapting to a free market product, then I would agree with you on that. So thank you for your testimony.
Don't think there was a question there, but it looks like Representative Bear, and then we'll go to Senator French after that, and whatever we got.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to make sure it's a question. Mr. Brown, thank you for being here. In light of your comments about other states picking up the customers that we're losing, the 4% reduction that you mentioned, Colorado just announced recently that they're no longer going to allow oil and gas to be produced in their state in the near future. So, oil and gas, as was just mentioned, is critical, still critical in the near future. As far as plastics are concerned, it's probably never going away. So in light of that comment, or what about what Colorado's potential future policies are going to be, and the chairman's comments earlier about they're going to have to buy our power, is that not an indication that maybe this loss that we've seen recently might just be a fluctuation? Just your thoughts on that.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Representative Bear. Representative Bear, I do not believe that people will have to buy our energy regardless. I think the growing landscape of energy, of electricity being generated is growing, as I mentioned before, with surrounding states that are continuing to expand their load. And so I don't think we're not the only business in town. And so I do not think that they will have to buy it from us at all costs. Will some still? Probably, but will we be maximizing the market? Will we stay number one? Will we remain the energy leader? I don't know that. I don't believe that would be the case. I think that I agree with you. I think there is a future for oil, coal, and gas. I don't side on the side of renewables only. And my organization, as I mentioned, is all of the above. But I believe strongly that all of it is needed, and that we need to stay nimble as a state to respond to the changing markets so we can maintain that number one position and maintain the importance of the energy industry in Wyoming.
Follow up on that. You mentioned these other states that are increasing their load. If it's renewables, that loads during the day. Where's their base load coming from? And are they adding new base load power, or are they not? And who's going to supply that base load when it goes away? Wyoming, obviously. We have to protect our base load for ourselves, but also it benefits those who want to virtue signal with their renewables, but at the end of the day, they want to be able to charge their EV in Huntington Beach, California at night. And the only way to do that is with Wyoming coal or coal of some sort or nuclear. So what's your answer to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My answer to that is, I agree with you. We need all of it. There's no question about it. And that's why I'm trying to steer us away from this discussion. I absolutely agree. Wyoming coal is very relevant. We need to keep making sure that it's relevant. But the demands of our customers outside of the state don't only want and need Wyoming coal. They want all of it. And so again, I get frustrated by the fact that we subscribe to the same narrative coming out of this or this, when I believe strongly that really all of it is relevant. We need all of it. We have always been the energy leader, and embracing all of it is what's going to keep us there.
Okay, Senator French and then Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These other states that you mentioned, increasing their, do they tax wind generation?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, I apologize. I didn't come prepared to give a breakdown on state by state, the exact tax structure in each of the states. But I am glad that you asked that question, because I feel like it was implied earlier that wind does not pay a tax. Wind pays 3 taxes. They pay sales tax, property tax, and a $1 per megawatt hour generation tax on the electricity that wind projects in Wyoming generate. And so I can get you more detail on that, Senator, but I didn't come prepared to answer that in detail today.
Okay, Senator French, and then it looks like Representative Bear, and then any further over there. So we'll keep them moving. Senator French or Senator McEwen or French. Who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
McEwen, there we go.
I want to push back on you a little bit. I don't think anybody sat in this room and said coal's it. I don't think that is the narrative. I think the discussion over the subsidies is the fact that we have 3 separate tax rates on 3 separate energy providers that are subsidized. So I guess my question is, when your corporation switched over to a vodka-based drink, did the federal government send you money to make that change? Thank you, sir.
Oh,
Mr.
Mr.
Brown.
Chairman
Yeah.
and Senator McEwen, thank you for the question. I understand the disdain for subsidies. We've had that discussion a number of times. Whether you support them or not, the reality is that they apply to all states generating renewable energy. And so speaking to that through legislation at the state level here in Wyoming puts Wyoming at a competitive disadvantage with those other states, regardless of where you fall on the philosophy perspective of federal subsidies.
Well,
Once again, I go back to, I don't think that's what we're saying. I know that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'd like to see the playing field equaled. And until we do that, it's all artificial, and it causes inflation and it causes higher costs. So while I agree with you, we probably need to use it all, but it needs to be handled in a manner that's fair to protect the citizens of the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, could I
Yes.
respond to that, please?
You bet, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. From my perspective, Mr. Chairman, that should be addressed at the federal level and not at the state level. So then it is fair for everybody. Then we are operating on an even playing field with all of the other states that we're competing with. Because we've heard time and time today, again, from the previous speakers, that at the end of the day, the cheapest rate is what the consumer wants. It's what industry wants. They want to pay the least they can for the electricity they're purchasing. And so I can jump up and down blue in the face about disliking subsidies, but when 49 other states benefit from it, and we wouldn't if we offset that with some sort of Wyoming statute, I feel like it puts us at a disadvantage, regardless of philosophy with it.
Okay. Representative Bear, did you still have a question? Are we good? Anything over here? Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other public comment in the room before we go? We have a couple more on Zoom that are waiting, so. Come on up, please. Introduce yourself to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm a developer with NextEra Energy Resources, and I'm a Cheyenne native. I've been working in the renewable industry for about 15 years now, working in Wyoming and other western states. In Wyoming, NextEra Energy Resources in 2020 invested about $1 billion building about 750 megawatts of generation in Wyoming. Over the past 2 years, we're the 6th largest non-mineral taxpayer in Wyoming. And we have about another $1 billion that we're investing over the next year and a half as well in Wyoming and building new generation in the state. And we expect to be able to generate more and more projects in Wyoming and more investment in the state. What I want to talk about and echo is the competitiveness aspect. Any cost increase that we see in Wyoming will make the projects less competitive versus other states. And so the way that we come up with our pricing when we're competing against projects and generation in other states is we take any kind of tax inputs, capital expenditures, tax incentives, put them all together into a financial model, and it'll spit out a price. And if that price is more competitive than maybe a wind project in Colorado or a solar project in Utah, then that will make sense for the utility to take a look at that project. If we're less competitive, then that investment would go elsewhere. And since we operate in many states, we have, I have some reasonably unique insight where we have projects in Wyoming that are competing against some of our projects in other states. And you can see that difference in what we may be overcoming from a cost standpoint in Wyoming versus other states. Other states incentivize this investment. We found ways to be competitive in Wyoming, specifically for power that we are shipping west, you could say, with Rocky Mountain Power as a customer. For projects that would ship power to the south, for instance, we have been less competitive. There's heavy incentives in Colorado for this investment. There's a project that we've been working on marketing in Southeast Wyoming for a lot of years. And that project would represent about a $500 million investment if we could get a power purchaser for that. It's gone through a number of competitive processes, and it does not compete with Colorado resources. And we're from Wyoming. A few of us, I'm a Cheyenne native. A few of us are from Southeast Wyoming, and we know that there's a strong wind resource in Southeast Wyoming, but you can't compete against a Colorado resource, because we have to overcome in an apples to apples comparison about $4 per megawatt hour in tax treatment between Colorado and Wyoming projects. We're close, but we're not quite there. And so Colorado counties are getting that $500 million investment. That's happened. We've lost this particular Wyoming project that's been in our portfolio for some time, has lost to our own Colorado projects a number of times now. And it'd be great to have that $500 million investment come into the state of Wyoming instead of Colorado. As a Wyoming native, I push for that. So just wanted to talk to the competitiveness, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Fitzpatrick? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, anybody else in the room? Anybody else? I see Mr. McNiven moving this away. Travis, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis McNevin here on behalf of Basin Electric. Just a couple very brief points to just share as follow-up from the discussion today. Obviously, earlier it was mentioned about the Commerce Clause disallowing states from imposing taxation or otherwise placing a burden on the flow of commerce. That was discussed, as far as picking electrons, whether it goes to which state or not. And so raising that, wanted to flag a fairly large point that in the co-ops or basins services, they have roughly 30% of their load is serving the residential, which stands in fairly stark comparison to the investor-owned utilities numbers that Senator Case shared earlier at 4%. And so we have significantly larger residential end user impact as it relates to that being the cooperative, and then of course just the history of cooperatives being in those rural areas that investor-owned utilities didn't traditionally want to service to begin with. And so, and then the final thing, of course, as a member-owned cooperative, any of those taxes, it's not necessarily for profit, as those end results or any profits get distributed back to the members at the end of the day. Anyway, just how this idea or this proposal would necessarily impact the cooperative model. And so if I guess so my ask for the committee would be, if the committee moved forward down this track, that just down the road that we would be able to engage with the committee to address some of these points that are somewhat unique to the cooperative model and Basin's customer base. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McNiven. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, last call for in the room testimony before we go back to the Zoom. Okay, seeing none, we will go to we'll go back to Abby Brigerman if she's still on Zoom.
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Abby, the floor is yours.
Good morning or good afternoon, Chairman Beitman, Chairman Harshman, and the members of the committee here today. Thank you for your time. My name is Abby Brigerman, and I'm an attorney at Holland and Hart. I represent the Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers, or WIAC. It's an unincorporated association of approximately 20 large industrial consumers, all of whom take power from Rocky Mountain Power. Collectively, WIAC members represent approximately half of Rocky Mountain Power's entire Wyoming load. They are major producers of natural gas, oil, trona, soda ash, phosphates, and sulfuric acid. WIAC members employ thousands of people in Wyoming and make up a sizable percentage of Wyoming's economy, in terms of both jobs created and taxes paid. Employees of WIAC members work in most of the state's counties. WIAC has been in existence for over 20 years and actively participates in proceedings before the Public Service Commission. WIAC's goal is to keep the cost of electricity low while still ensuring service is reliable. For WIAC members, the cost of electricity is one of the most significant, if not the most significant cost of doing business in Wyoming. A WIAC member's monthly electric bill can be in the millions of dollars. Low electricity bills are vital to the health of WIAC member businesses and also critically important to the state of Wyoming to be able to compete for business. Recently, Rocky Mountain Power ratepayers' bills have been increasing and not at a modest rate. About 10 to 15 years ago, Wyoming used to have some of the lowest electricity rates for industrial customers in the entire country. But things have dramatically changed. Right now, Wyoming's industrial rates rank 26th in all of the states in Washington, D.C., right in the middle of the pack. This has affected Wyoming's competitive edge for attracting industrial businesses. Currently, there are two pending cases before the Public Service Commission that threaten to increase WIAC member rates at extraordinary levels. First is Rocky Mountain Power's general rate case, which proposes to raise rates by 21.6% on average. 21.6. For some WIAC members, it will be up to 25% rate increase. Those rates are proposed to go into effect on January 1st, 2024. The second case is the Energy Cost Adjustment Mechanism, or ECAM proceeding. This is an annual case in which Rocky Mountain Power seeks to recover the difference between base net power costs, as they're set in a general rate case, and the actual net power cost incurred in the prior calendar year. That difference is subject to a sharing ban and that sharing ban is intended in part to incentivize Rocky Mountain Power to keep net power costs low. The ECAM proceeding proposes to increase rates by another 7.4% on average. Although for industrial customers, it's as high as 8.9%. That's over and above the general rate case. The new ECAM rates will go into effect in a few days on July 1st on an interim basis subject to refund. WIAC has intervened in those cases and will be fighting to keep rates affordable. One of the important aspects of these rate cases that I want to make sure the committee is aware of is that there is almost zero subsidization across customer classes. Industrial ratepayers pay for their class cost of service. Commercial ratepayers pay for their class cost of service. And the same goes for residential ratepayers. In other words, Rocky Mountain Power's rates are set so that each customer class pays for the costs they incur. So to the extent that WIAC is able to keep rates down for industrial customers, those costs do not get shifted to another customer class. And in fact, a lot of positions that WIAC takes in rate cases benefit residential customers as well, helping to keep their rates down too. But should the rate increases go into effect as proposed by Rocky Mountain Power, all of Wyoming's ratepayers will be hit hard, very, very hard. And I should emphasize that any increase in electric rates hurts, whether it's a rate increase caused by Rocky Mountain Power or an increase in taxes. To be clear, and I'm glad that a lot of the representatives from the utilities today have been forthcoming on this, but to be clear, when electricity tax is imposed, while it may seem that is being imposed on Rocky Mountain Power or another utility, it in fact flows through to ratepayers who pay for it. So an electricity tax will be just another increase in rates for Wyoming's ratepayers, for its industrial sector, for its commercial sector, and for individual residential ratepayers. Those are the people and entities who are actually paying for the tax. One other aspect of the electricity tax that I want to highlight for this committee here today is the risk that it could be imposed in its entirety on Wyoming ratepayers. This has to do with the multi-state protocol, or the multi-state compact as it's been referred to, but we generally refer to it as the MSP. WIAC participates in all of those negotiations. As you know, Rocky Mountain Power provides service in 6 states, not just Wyoming. But not every cost is socialized across the entire system. The MSP is the agreement that addresses how its costs should be how its costs to provide service should be spread and shared across the states. And in recent years, the MSP has started treating state-specific initiatives as costs that should be assigned solely to the state responsible for them. This is a big shift in how the MSP works. Things are changing. So I want to make sure that this committee is aware that there is no guarantee that a tax such as this would be recoverable from the system at large. There's a chance that the tax burden would be required to be recovered entirely from Wyoming ratepayers. WIAC would like this committee to know that it is available should the committee have any questions about the cost to do business in Wyoming in the face of immense increases in electricity rates. I know many of you know Bob Jensen, who assists WIAC in its legislative matters. He's also available for contact. Thank you very much for your time today. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Bringerman. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate you being with us. All right, next up on the Zoom, it looks like we have, oh, a Bo. There's only room for one Bo around here, but I guess I'm used to be the only Bo in the room. Bo Downen, are you on Zoom?
Mr. Chairman, I unfortunately don't see Bo on mine at the moment.
Well, you know, Bo's are kind of slackers sometimes, so kind of flaky guys. All right, we'll skip him. We'll go to Bruce. I forget how to pronounce your last name, Bruce.
Bruce Acey.
Acey, that's right. Okay, Mr. Acey, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. My name again is Bruce Acey, and I appear before you this afternoon on behalf of Montana Dakota Utilities Company, who serves customers in Sheridan and in the northern part of the state, as well as 5 other adjoining states, as a public utility providing electricity as well as natural gas. Montana Dakota would like to support the other utilities that have spoken this morning, but also support the committee as it tries to disentangle a very complicated issue with respect to advancing the provision of electricity and other public utility services, while at the same time maintaining a competitive advantage for Wyoming and protecting rates for its consumers and for Wyoming consumers. Montana Dakota has discussed this issue in its other jurisdictions and has generally opposed untoward tax increases as it does flow through to customers. And so while we encourage and support the committee, we join with others who are somewhat hesitant in regard to increasing taxes, whether it's a gross tax or whatever it might be. We do support what has been said this morning and don't want to belabor the issue or extend beyond what is necessary, what we say, but we do appreciate the opportunity to participate this afternoon before the committee. If there are questions, we stand ready to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Acey. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time and your comments today. And I think former Representative Sweeney is on. We'll get him in next. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you,
welcome
Mr.
back.
Chairman. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pat Sweeney from Casper, representing myself. No industry. First off, great discussion this morning and appreciate all the questions. I would like to remind us, all of us in Wyoming, that honestly, we don't own these power facilities or power plants. Yes, the ones that are publicly regulated through the Public Service Commission are somewhat, they're a legal monopoly that the ratepayer does typically own in essence, but they still are a investor-owned facility. And as Mr. Kaysen correctly said, really we're only using 15 to 25% of the load, and so truly it's an exporter. I hope in further discussions down the line that the committee will obviously, we have in the past, and I'm sure in the future, reach out to everybody that has said they are glad to help in the discussion. And as you just heard Bruce, in a lot of different folks have offered to help in the instructions and trying to put together a logical course that might be appropriate for Wyoming. I'd really look to Mr. Fitzpatrick with NextEra. He's truly in the trenches and working with Rocky Mountain Power and others on development. And so I think he also is great resource. Lastly, well, next to last, on carbon capture, obviously I was down lobbying for a company on behalf of carbon capture because I just truly believe in the technology and its path forward for our coal, our cleanest coal, as you heard Senator Case mention and Chairman Harshman. in the world. And that's why I believe so much in carbon capture, both for deep sequestration, but also enhanced oil recovery, which truly will benefit the state over and over again. So we don't want to, I believe in the economics, and mostly because I hate to bring it up because I've heard the arguments on tax credits, but because of the 45Q that the federal government and on the infrastructure, that's what makes it equally important for private industry is willing to step up, do these facilities at no cost to the ratepayer. So that's a double, really a double plus in my mind when private industry is willing to attach these facilities. We just need a better path forward. Lastly, and sadly, I was invited down to the Transwest groundbreaking last week. I mean, not sad. I'm delighted I got to go and see the Secretary of Interior and the Secretary of Energy were both there along with our governor, and also representatives from Nevada, Utah, and I believe Colorado also had representatives there. But sadly, our legislative branch was not, in attendance. The governor did a great job of representing the state of Wyoming, but Transwest, I see that will be, again, not on the ratepayers' back, that transmission line, nor the Sierra Madre Chokecherry wind farm. That will be, upon completion, that wind farm will be the largest in North America, definitely the United States. But with that, I'd encourage folks to take a deep breath. We don't control what we don't think we control on some of this. And, it's great business for Wyoming. I don't disagree. It's sad about the landscape and the viewscape, but it's a reality. I've become I fought hard for coal in my first term, and it's become a reality that we need to be in all of the above. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney, and thank you for your comments. Are there any questions? Senator McEwen.
I find myself a bit confused what we're talking about. We listen to, if we tax this, it's going to raise the prices and we're going to be less competitive. And we're worried about being competitive to sell energy. And we have not talked about any strategies to reduce taxes or reduce the costs on the companies producing energy. I sell Campbell's soup for a living. And if I want to increase my sales and my profitability, rarely will I find a way to make the soup cost more. And as we look at this, I'm kind of just a little befuddled in, are we trying to generate, this is your question, Mr. Sweeney, are we trying to remain competitive in the energy business? Or is our focus creating more revenue for the state of Wyoming? Because I don't think you can have both. So I'd like your opinion on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sweeney.
Well, I don't see it as trying to create more revenue necessarily for the state. I do want to be competitive with our surrounding states. Utah would love to have more wind. We don't have much solar at this point, but which is okay with me. So I want to keep us competitive. I also am a realist in what I believe oil and gas is going to be around forever. Coal, on the other hand, I'm concerned about. I believe it still will be providing baseload as long as we kind of get with it. But on redistributing the wealth, I don't agree with that methodology or terminology. But I want us to stay competitive as a state, both on the energy front, taxation front, and growing industries. I hope that might answer, but I'll give that as my best shot to your answer, Senator.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Sweeney, for that. I don't really want to hold, this is like a group text. I don't want to be held hostage by a debate. We've got to get to our sales tax after lunch now. And, Mr. Sweeney has his opinion. We have our opinion. I think we just need to move on and get to lunch if that's okay. So thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Committee, members of the public, we are obviously way behind schedule. It's 12:30. We need to break for lunch. Let's do an hour lunch, come back at 1:30 as scheduled. We'll take up sales tax issues and we'll try to get caught up then. So we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.